Good morning. Let's call this meeting to order. Thanks for being here this morning. To get us started, I'll call on Pastor Jake Myers, Associate Pastor of Discipleship at Hope Church in Fort Worth, leads an invocation. Please rise.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and let's pray together. Almighty God, thank you. Thank you for the way you know and care for each one of us. Thank you for all the men and women who have faithfully served our county for so many years. Thank you for the many blessings and protections you've given each one of us. In this meeting today, we ask for your blessing. Please give discernment and insight to Chairman Rick, fellow board members, and others making presentations and decisions today. We ask that the work done today and the decisions made will benefit the residents of our county now and for years to come. Your word says it is a lamp to our feet and a light to our path. Please illuminate our path today. We ask for helpful insights from each one of the board members and that the appropriate next steps and decisions are made by this board. I pray for wisdom and unity during this meeting. May this board make a great impact on the lives of Texans and Tarrant County. I pray that you would block any evil and not allow it to get any foothold among us. I ask that we might be a county of peace where goodness and fairness and justice is done. Thank you for this county, this state, and this nation. And it's in the name of Jesus Christ I pray. Amen.
Amen. Kasia Farrar, lead us in the pledges.
Please join me in the pledges. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag.
On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Roll call.
Rick Barnes,
Present.
Matt Bryant.
Here.
Wendy Burgess. Fred Campos.
Present.
Eric Kryle.
Present.
Kezia Farrar.
Here.
Eric Morris. Gloria Pena. Callie Rigby.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum. No announcements from me other than it seems like we've started every meeting here lately with a weather announcement, so it feels like late spring, which guarantees we'll have ice soon. I hope you enjoy the nice weather. We do have a pretty full agenda today, so we will get started with that. When we come to consent, I'll talk about those consents, see if we're ready to pull any of those or if we move forward. Is Dr. McElvain here?
She's not. I believe she's sick.
Okay. We will wish her well then. Next report, Chief Appraiser Joe Donbop.
So, apparently I've been here for 2 years now. In some ways it seems like it's gone by pretty quick. Sometimes it seems like it's been a very, very long time. But I just wanted to recap some of the things that we have accomplished. So, there was the cybersecurity ransomware event after I was here about a month and a half. And so I think the IT department, the board, y'all allowed us to spend some money. The IT guys have done an outstanding job recovering from that incident in a very timely manner. And I believe we're in a much, much better place than we were 2 years ago. We had the first board election. We have replaced almost all of our actual hardware in the building for IT equipment, so computers, printers, all sorts of fun stuff. We migrated from Microsoft Exchange to Office 365. We moved our VoIP phones. We had a VoIP phone system that was in the closet, and we moved it to in the cloud system, and all the phones were actually replaced. We've updated our policies for personnel, purchasing, and investments, and we all updated the board policy. We did an RFP for printing and mailing to 3 different vendors, and we awarded that. We've also engaged a homestead audit service, and it does multiple things. We'll find the ones that are ineligible quicker. That way there's not 3 years of back taxes owed. That becomes kind of burdensome. And we'll also find ones that should have a homestead that do not currently RFP for appraisal software, so we are now on True Prodigy, or moving towards it. And so that is a major, major undertaking, not something that most chief appraisers want to engage in, but we kind of needed to, and so here we are. We did a RFP for insurance broker, so we have changed our insurance broker. We also changed our mineral industrial appraisal company. We have updated the reappraisal plan. We have so far earned 4 out of the 6 transparency stars, and we're still working on the other 2. We've implemented a new payroll system, and we have improved customer wait times and overall experience that people have when they come in the building. So that was a big goal from the board when I first got here, and I believe we've accomplished that. Still, work to be done. There's always improvements to be made. We also just received our 38th consecutive certificate of achievement. Whoops, sorry about that. That might help. But we have received our 38th consecutive certificate of achievement in excellence in financial reporting. This is from the Government Finance Officers Association. So we think that's a pretty big deal that it's been 38 years consecutively. And so we're pretty proud of that. On the property value study results, we had 2 schools that are invalid but in their grace periods. We have Azle ISD and Carroll ISD. The rest were considered local and valid, or they were not studied because they're too small. There weren't enough properties to actually get a ratio. So overall, I was pleasantly surprised because we were estimating 8 schools that would fall out. And on the next slide, this is a spreadsheet from the comptroller, and I added the 2 kind of peach colored columns, column 3 and 4. And so those were our initial December ratios and July ratios. That was our estimate of single family values. And we were only looking at single family because that's all that we really have enough sales to actually look at. And so you can see that the yellow stuff is primarily still the same. So the comptroller agreed with most of our values, for the most part, within category A. Category B is up over 1%, and so that helped kind of lift the overall ratios for the school district, for most school districts, and kept us in. But these are also school district wide, and so for like Azle ISD, they're actually in Parker, Wise, and Tarrant County, and so these numbers reflect at least ratio A through the total. That is school district wide for all appraisal districts that they participate in. And so there will be some discrepancy. Like if you look at Azle, it says they're at like 96% across the board, but that's all 3 appraisal districts. They're at 96% roughly. And if you go to the next slide, or unless y'all have any questions, but on the school district property value study appeal odds, we'll start at the bottom with Carroll. So you have the state upper limit is $17.4 billion. The state value, that's the number that the state came up with, was at $16.6 billion. The state lower limit is at 15.7 billion. So that's the 95% threshold that you have to be above to qualify for grace. Our local value ended up being at 14.4, which is outside the conference interval, ends up being 87%. And the 90% lower limit, 90% of the lower limit is 14.2. So had we got below 14.2 billion, then they would not have been eligible for grace at all. And same thing for Azle. The local test value, we ended up having 2.5 billion, which was a 91% overall for Tarrant Appraisal District for the Azle ISD. The state came in at 2.7 billion. And had we been about 200 million lower, they would have fallen out at below the 85.5% threshold. Do you have any questions before I move on? Okay. On the conversion,
Oh, no, I do.
okay.
Some of them you answered, but on that sheet right there, real quick, that property number, that includes all property, commercial and single family, correct?
Yes, sir. So that's not just single family, that's all property categories that they studied.
Okay. I have a few questions, so just bear with me here on this. On the previous slide, ratio B, you got a lot of dark green on that
category, is there a reason we're so overvalued?
We don't really feel that we are overvalued as far as pretty much across the board, all category B gets appealed during during the protest time period. And so most of, if not all of those values are agreed upon or at least resolved with the tax agent. And so we have a methodology that we use. The comptroller has a different methodology. I believe they used a different set of expenses than we have used. And so we have a difference in agreement on the value of the property based on income of those multifamily properties. But I would have more faith in our values than the comptroller, but
Okay,
I mean, William can go deeper into the commercial valuation part.
okay. Of the 8 ratios, which ratio carries the most weight in determining that that local test value number?
Category A, ratio A, there's typically more value with the single-family properties in any given school district than there are the commercial values.
Okay. And so, the 2 schools, the districts that were found invalid, will the comptroller round up numbers? So if a district falls in at 94.9%, will they round up to 95%?
I don't believe so, because they actually calculate the value in each category, and then the ratio, that percent, is kind of an after-the-fact math. And so when you look at the property value study results on the comptroller's page for each school district, it actually determines a value for each category.
Down to the dollar amount?
Yes, sir, down to the dollar.
Does the comptroller consider an invalid finding, even in grace, to be failure?
I would imagine so, yes, sir, and that's why it's a grace period.
Okay. So Carroll and Hazel were found invalid. Are they gonna be studied again in 2026?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to speak with the other district about, and to see if they have any concerns?
With Carroll?
With
Or-
that?
Oh,
either of
I
them.
spoke with both school districts briefly at the entity meeting. Carroll didn't seem that alarmed. I don't know if they're gonna appeal from their initial discussion, at least from what I spoke with them. I believe Hazel does have some concerns.
Okay. In an email you sent to the board, you mentioned commercial property saved many districts, and you said that number was 8 school districts, or about 8 that were below on single family. Do you know what percentage of Hazel ISD is commercial?
I believe it's 10% or less.
Do you know what percentage Carroll is?
I believe it's still a pretty small percent.
Okay, so most of those are single family, okay. Do you believe if the market had been fast moving, either up or down, that we would have had more invalid findings?
If the market was moving up, yes,
If it was moving down?
then it would have stabilized more.
Okay. So with TAD not reappraising residential values in 2026, and they already have one invalid finding, if we stay under the current reappraisal plan and we don't reappraise these schools, do you anticipate that they will have an invalid finding on that 2026 study?
The market doesn't seem to be moving that fast right now, so I would expect a similar result next year or this year.
Okay. If one of them fall below the 85.5% on this study, do you see a scenario where that could happen?
With Carroll, that would be much more likely. I don't know about Hazel if they would fall below 85.
So when a school district gets grace period in year 1 of the property value study, they actually automatically get grace in year 2. So Hazel and Carroll will both be in a grace period for 2026, regardless, even if they were to fall below that 85.5%. The problem for those districts is if they get an invalid finding for 2026 after having an invalid finding for 2027 now, or 2025, now they're gonna have to get in 2027 and again in 2028 to get back to their full grace year periods that are there. But for 2026, both Hazel and Carroll will be in a grace period almost regardless of what happens to the values.
Okay, so that leads me to my next question. Mr. Tepper said 27, grace will be assumed for 25 and 26, 27, 28. When is the next year Azle or Carroll would qualify for grace if they have two failing studies?
I would think it'd be 2031. You can, because would they get, if we pass in 27,
And 28.
Would they
then
get
would
studied?
be eligible for grace in 29, because you've got to have passed 2 of the prior 3 years of the property value study in order to get grace.
but do we get studied on 28 if we pass 27?
Yeah, I think you will. I'm not positive about that, though, so. And I think you will until you get out of your graces.
Okay.
All right, just a quick comment. You know, I had an opportunity, Wendy and I had an opportunity to sit down with Azle ISD, and I handed out those spreadsheets to you that their CFO done. And they sat with Omar Garcia. And the 2 spreadsheets I gave you was, one of them is if grace doesn't apply, if the numbers are used that are used today, the possible loss in funding is 1.7 million. If they were to fall below the 85.5%, but Mr. Tepper has said that shouldn't be an issue, it would have been 3.7 million. So, Mr. Barnes, when you said at the last meeting that appraisals aren't the problem, but the way schools are funded, I agree with that. But at the same time, as school funding is now currently decided, appraisals and property values do play a role in determining the funding, and I believe that's something we should take into consideration and take action to prevent any possible loss of funding to the school district. So, thank you for answering the questions.
So I'm looking at your sheet that you provided, which I appreciate that. So it looks like their M&O tax rate is 0.73580 for 25-26. What, do we know what the max tax rate for that particular district can be? Like, are they able to increase that M&O tax rate? Is it like 75, or does anybody, do we know what it is? Or did y'all discuss that at all?
No.
Just increasing, if they have any eligibility to just increase their personal M&O tax rate
No, I did not.
within that district?
No, I did not, but I believe there are CFOs in the audience if.
Okay, yeah, I'm just thinking, like, when we're looking at appraisals, if there's any room for that particular district that's out of grace to be able to increase their tax rate to make up for some of that funding loss, that might be a discussion worth having. I don't know what their
So
personal-
typically, and I haven't looked at either Azle or Carroll ISD's tax rates, but for the M&O portion of their rate, the state gives school districts what's called a maximum compressed
Right.
rate, which is the highest rate that they could adopt. If the CFO is here, he's shaking his head yes. I assume both those school districts have adopted their maximum compressed rate.
You're at your
which
maximum.
means
Okay, yeah,
they
that was
can't
my
go
question. I
up
couldn't
on it.
remember exactly what the correct wording was. So you're at your maximum.
I mean, you know, yeah, not even.
And you're at your maximum. You didn't adopt a lower than that tax rate. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we able to ask the CFO questions?
No.
Representative Rodriguez?
This isn't a time for discussion or debate. This is,
All right, so a question for Eric. Eric, do you know what their fund balance is? What their M&O fund balance and what their interest in sinking fund balance? I can't find it on here.
No, I do not.
Okay. I don't know why they would not include, okay, fair enough.
Picture.
all right, John.
You can go to the next slide. So January 9th was the last day of entry into Aumentum. We are currently in True Prodigy. We're still refining things, looking for issues. There's still, even though we have turned off Aumentum, we're not done with conversion. Conversion won't be complete until we get into really certification and we send the tax roll to the tax office. There's a lot of additional training that we'll still have, that we have scheduled with True Prodigy. And they will be on site. They were on site this week. They've already been here for 2 other weeks. And as we move to different calendar events in the tax year, they'll come back and have additional training with us, and we'll finish setting up everything that we need to for those different key events. Planned go live is March 3rd, potentially sooner, but that is the date that we're calling the official go live. The new system does balance to Aumentum. So we're able to balance the number of properties, the exemptions and the amount of the exemptions, the market value and the taxable value. And so I know with the last conversion, there were a lot of concern. Mr. Losada's no longer here, but he'd always talked about a lot of exemptions fell off and weren't added back to the roll. And so we're able to verify and validate that all the exemptions are in the new system and that the math's the same as Aumentum did. We have been sending functioning exports to the tax offices. And we've been getting feedback from them. There's a few other changes we have to make, but it's down to like 2 items that we need to update or modify. There will be changes to our website and property search. Those are still being finalized and to work through. Our intent right now is to still have some of our legacy property search and functions on our website and dashboards, and we'll have the True Prodigy version also. So if you'll be able to use those at least for 1 year, and then we'll deprecate all of our old internal website and property searches at the end of this year. So phase 1, the original plan was to have 2025 converted by January 29th, 2026 converted by February 24th, and then the prior years converted by March 3rd. Right now, we have all of these already in the new system. We're working through the valuation pricing models. They pretty much work for residential. Commercial will take a little more love, so we'll probably still have some of the valuations of commercial coming out of Aumentum and then being imported into the new system. Just the way the two systems work on income approaches, it doesn't quite line up, and we'd need a year to take our math for income and stick it into the new system and basically rework all of it. Web portals, we expect those to be live by March 31st. Appraisal notices, that should be working by April 13th. We plan on sending the notices out April 15th. Appeals, we'll have that working by April 21st. And then certifications still around July 24th. And then by August 7th, we'll have the new year layer created. And then we'll have, the last step will be to have a retrospective and just kind of review the entire conversion process and any lessons learned from that or future fixes, development kind of needs. And then this is just a sample of, I think, the top 25 entities is based on market value. And so it shows the legacy count, which is how many properties we had per entity in Aumentum, and the count delta, so the difference in property count, which is 0. The legacy market value, so Aumentum's market value, True Prodigy's market value, which matches taxable value for Aumentum and the current Prodigy, the True Prodigy taxable value. So for all of our 70 some odd entities, everything matches and the two systems agree. So
What's our confidence level that, what you're matching it to, the Aumentum data is accurate and right?
right now we match, but we
You
have
match.
everything kind of in there as a flat value. As we recalculate, it kind of finds interesting things.
Yeah.
And so we don't have a full list of those interesting things, but there are some differences.
Sure. And there, you would expect.
Yes, sir.
You would expect.
This is the quarterly investment report. We sent the board an updated copy because the top percentage actually was left in there, that the second percent below it should be moved up 1 row and the top one deleted. And so it was just a typo in the form. But the second one we sent out to the board has been updated with that corrected. EECU has fallen off this list because we have closed that account, and then we have not invested any money into the text pool as of this report. I believe it'll pop up on the next report. I believe we have $250,000 in that one that you'll see in the next quarter. That's all I have for that.
Questions, comments? The only question I have really, and Jodon and I have talked about this one actually, but I wanted to go for the people who listen, where we're at on the transition with relation to minerals.
So with the mineral conversion, we had 2 different things. So we moved to a new vendor. We had to export all the mineral account and industrial account out of Pritchard and Abbott and import it into Capital Appraisal Group, and then import that into Aumentum. Aumentum wouldn't set up a it was gonna be several $100,000 to set up an import for Capital Appraisal Group. So our IT staff basically took the P&A export and converted it into a standard format that basically to make it look like Pritchard and Abbott as much as we could. And then, so there have been some issues with that. There are still some accounts that I don't believe have made it to the tax office. And then, but with Capital and True Prodigy, they have a worked out import process. So now that we're on True Prodigy, we're gonna re-import all the minerals and industrial accounts, and then we'll be sending an updated file, I believe March 20th, to the tax office to correct any current issues that we've been having.
Yeah, I wanted to ask because we're getting calls about it right now in the tax office, and we have made the decision not to send bills until we have the full report, because if we're gonna make people mad, we only wanna make them mad once and not 4 or 5 times. And so, we're just gonna wait until we have it in full. But that relates to what we're dealing with in our office as well. Just wanted to hear a report on that, so. Any questions from anybody, for Joe Don? All right, thank you. Next thing is public comments. First to speak, everybody has 3 minutes here. First to speak is Todd Smith. Morning.
Good morning, and kind of perfect timing with kind of the conversation that you guys just had. And so, I'm gonna read from this only because this is a little bit out of my comfort zone, and I wanna make sure that I don't, have exactly what we have there. So kind of, bear with me as we kind of go through this, but it just kind of reiterates what was discussed. So obviously, and I don't know if y'all have to have it for the record, but my name is Todd Smith, Superintendent of Schools, Azle ISD. This is not necessarily the first time for us to publicly speak at a board meeting regarding the TAD reappraisal plan. At the time of the consideration, Matt Adams, who was our Assistant Superintendent and CFO, spoke to, and I know many of you weren't part of the board at that time, but he's now retired, and we addressed the board with concerns of failed property value studies, not just for Azle ISD, but for those 7 or 8 districts that Joe Don mentioned earlier in his report. Now, because of this decision, I stand before you today because we just recently learned, as you just saw, that as a result of the 2025 school district property value study completed by the comptrollers, that our local values fall to be outside the confidence interval. In other words, not at market value, and as a result, Azle ISD has been placed on the first year of grace period. And as Mr. Taper said, when it's true that grace does not currently impact district funding, there could still be dramatical financial impact to Azle ISD should we ever fall out of grace. An example of just using what you just saw, based upon the preliminary findings of the recent property value study, if Azle ISD was forced to use the state values in lieu of the local values, the district state funding would be reduced to an estimated $1.8 million, which is roughly 30 teaching positions for us. Fortunately, most school districts in Tarrant County are within the confidence interval. Azle ISD is not. We face even a higher risk. And as Mr. Taper said, the current reappraisal plan is just simply too risky. Without a reappraisal in 2026, our second year of grace, the district could be forced to rely on near perfect results in 2027 and 2029 to avoid a loss of funding and falling out of grace in the future. I request that the TAD board amend its 2025-2026 reappraisal plan to allow for full reappraisal in school districts who fail during any year in which the Texas Comptroller conducts a property value study. This would allow the reappraisal of property values with Azle ISD beginning in year 2026. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, staff, students, we humbly respect the request and consider to this amendment. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay.
George Dotson.
George Dotson, live in Colleyville. I come this morning to express my appreciation for the work that the TAD team has done to get the CAMA conversion, TAD and other organizations, to get this done, to convert from Aumentum to True Prodigy. As Joe Don has just reported, the overall TAD and IT teams have made amazing advances in getting a new software implemented. The teams have worked overtime and very hard to make this happen. I and the IT board committee are very happy that not only is the True Prodigy in limited production, but also that the other changes in IT have been implemented because they were so critical, and the entire IT department had old servers, bad wiring, bad software, bad backups, just a plethora of things. In addition, there are many steps ahead for implementation, as Joe Don just described. We've proven that we have consistent data in True Prodigy from an overall standpoint. And I'm confident that with the right resources, the completion will be met this fall. I want to express my gratitude for the work that the TAD team, the tax office did, and as well as True Prodigy did to meet this target. The complexity of getting the data from the old system to the new was a mountain-like task. I've never seen a database so convoluted as what we were working with, and just finding the data was ultimate, and it went well beyond, I think, anyone expected in the beginning. But I'm so proud that the IT committee recommended True Prodigy. What we're seeing is just a dramatic difference from other systems that were chosen by other appraisal districts. It's so again, I'm very proud to have played a very small part on the IT committee, and I thank the board for allowing me to be on the committee. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Chandler Crouch. Don't start the clock until he says the first word, because he's got a lot, and we won't understand half of his words if he goes as fast as he's gonna have to go.
Thank you. First, I just want to give my own kind of version of the taxpayer liaison report. Every day, our office talks with a little over 50 people on the average day when we're not in the peak season. And one kudos that we want to give out to some interaction that one of our clients had is, I'm not going to mention her name, it's a TAD staff, initials DB, deserves Mater. I've been warned, I learned. On January 29th, she went out of her way to help a taxpayer waiting in line while she was at the tax office. She had this issue where TAD makes a change, it's reflected in the assessor's system. The whole system, it's not any one person's fault. The systems don't talk to each other quick enough to be able to make the changes. DB here at the appraisal district went out of her way to let the taxpayer know that she could be contacted to get an update from the assessor's office. And just the active customer service going out of her way was touching to her. And so she reached out to our office to make sure that we knew. And I thought, well, that's not the place that needs to hear it. You guys need to hear it. And she deserves some accolades on that. So just wanted to give that little report. And I want to be the first person to say, thank God the property value study ended up much better than I anticipated. Back when it looked like Castleberry was going to fail, that was catastrophic. And I was honestly frightened for him. And I was thinking about my mom, who was a teacher, my mother-in-law, all the teachers in my family, there's a bunch of them, and just thinking about the 40 teachers or so that could have lost their job if it went the worst, and it didn't. And then last meeting, I said, get ready. I'm thinking about half of the school districts are going to fail. Outside of the 5%, they would be in grace, and thankfully only 2 did. So I think that it's really important to recognize that it ended up much better than we thought. And so I'm very thankful for that. I have my concerns with the reappraisal plan. I've emailed you guys some data that I've looked at on what I see as a concern going forward. I just wanted to acknowledge the positive note here. And I hope that the appraisal district looks at this like you've done a good thing. I think that in Abbott's reform policies, he has incorporated a 5-year potential reappraisal plan. I think that there's major issues with that. The difference that Abbott has is that he has to figure out how to account for the broader implications of how the school districts are affected through the property value study if that change goes through. And then there's a disparity amongst taxpayers themselves when, reappraising less often helps people whose houses are going up in value the most. And if your house isn't going up in value, it doesn't help as much. So I hope that y'all see that as a job well done. And then here locally, realizing the issues that making those decisions on a local level has, it's not really designed for that. Hopefully we can adjust and improve from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna refresh it, make sure. Yes, sir.
All right. That concludes the public comments. Next thing on the, and thank you to the 4 of you. Next thing on the agenda is consent items or consent agenda. I'll run through these really fast just to see that we're good with moving forward. The first one is the approving the minutes from the last meeting. Second one is adopt Tarrant Appraisal District Public Relations Procedural Policy. The third one is to approve change to Tarrant Appraisal District Personnel Policy pertaining to comp time calculation. The fourth is consider and possible action on appointment of taxpayer liaison officer for 2026. Next is consider penalty and interest waiver from the city of Benbrook for late allocation payments. Next one is to approve the renewal for 1 year of backup and recovery services. Yeah, next is to approve the renewal of the scope of work from Improving Enterprise for technical consulting services. Next is to approve renewal from annual subscription for Microsoft Office 365. The next one is to approve renewal of annual subscription for Microsoft Azure agreement. And the last one is to approve renewal of cybersecurity services. And the only one that I'm suggesting we pull off is E, which was the consideration of P&I request from City of Benbrook for allocation, because the rest of them, I'm assuming there will be a motion to approve. Is there any other we'd like to pull off?
I would like to pull one off.
Okay,
I'd like to pull off D, and since we're gonna go into executive session, that, I'd like to discuss that in
take it into
executive session.
okay. We'll pull D off and we'll take it into executive session. Is any others that anybody would like to pull?
On the, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'd like to pull the minutes to make a small correction.
Okay.
The
we'll pull
staff
that off and make
recommendation is
correction.
that you can approve them by amending them, so if you want to amend them, you can still leave them on the consent.
Well, let me see if there's any more, we'll do it that way. Is there any others that anybody wants to pull off completely, talk about separate? What's your amendment then to the agenda? I mean, the minutes.
The resolution for Mr. Blaylock and Alfred passed 9-0, but my name was left off the minutes. Everyone else was listed.
Past 9-0, and we're not sure who that ninth person was.
And I've corrected that.
We'll make that correction. So we'll pull D and E. We'll talk about D in exec. We'll talk about E here in just a minute. Hearing no other changes, I'd entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as amended. So moved. Is there a second? There's moved and seconded. Are we voting online, Julie, or?
We can. Let me send that to you. Farrar and Campos. Okay, you should be receiving it.
A vote of yes is to approve all those reports. Did you get it?
Mr. Campos, are you able to vote? It's not coming
I'm a
through.
yay.
It's not coming. I'm gonna mark you then. Okay.
Is that
Alright,
unanimous?
passed.
9, and we do know who the ninth person was this time?
No.
Okay, good. Come back then to E, consideration penalty and interest waiver request from City of Benbrook for late allocation payment. Any, yeah,
Do a public comment.
on this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Syed.
Syed. Where, oh, I didn't even see you back there. Hello.
Good morning, Ruth Sayeda Syed, and I'm the resident of Colleyville. Here, for this penalty and interest, I would like to say, every case stand alone, look at the evidence that provided by the entity and the TAD, and then make the decision. Not like a straight, like a hitting policy, hey, we don't want to look into it, and go ahead and pay penalty and interest. Because you set the policy, when a big entity, and I'm saying who has a more stake every way, you look into it and waive it. But for small entities, you don't care because they don't have any say, they don't have any votes, they don't have any voters. So the good thing is to please look into it and then make the decision. That makes the board, that's why you guys are here, and bring the trust to the TAD board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you want to present this one? What, does anybody need it to be discussed? Have you read, I'm assuming everybody did your homework for the meeting, so I never know. Any discussion on this one? Or a
Chair-
motion, one way or the other, whatever. Go ahead.
Well, I'd actually like to make a motion to postpone it until after discussion of the good cause policy, to see if that would make any effect afterwards.
Okay. Where is that discussion?
The very last one, I believe. 5J.
So 5J, and so then bring it up after that? Okay, that'll be fine. That's fine with me. Is any objection to that? The other thing, and I understand why it is where it is, but in future, let's put these, don't put these on consent, because I agree that I think these are all a case-by-case kind of conversation, or at least they deserve that discussion, whether or not we. 5J, so go back to E. All right, so we'll handle D after executive session and E when we get to it shortly. Action items, first action items, action to establish 2026 subcommittees and appoint members. I did not even anticipate the desire to add committees. Is there any thought from anybody different than that? I passed out then when I got here, the appointments to those committees, to our current committees, and I'll go through those really fast. I serve as chair of the board. Callie Rigney serves as board secretary. Budget and Finance Committee, Kazia Farrar, chair. Wendy Burgess, Eric Morris, and Gloria Pena on that committee. Board Policies Committee, Eric Morris serves as chair. Fred Campos, Eric Crowell, Kazia Farrar serve on that committee. IT Committee, Fred Campos serve as chair. Matt Bryant and George Dodson on that committee. And then Appraisal Review Board, Matt Bryant serve as chair with Wendy Burgess, Eric Crowell, and Gloria Pena on that committee. And I would move adoption of those appointments.
So moved.
There's a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
We don't have, we just.
You don't have to vote on it.
Okay, it's just an appointment. Yeah, good. Well, good, thank you. Eric and I agree, at least, so. All right, so those appointments, there's some question on the IT committee that the IT committee, frankly, will have very little to talk about once we finish this conversion, but there is stuff to stay on top of between now and then. And so I appreciate those that are continuing their work there, as well as on the committees, but that one is kind of our critical one to getting us forward. B, approve purchase of software application to assist with biennial methods and assistance program, which is the MAP, reviewed by the comptroller. Joe Don.
So the MAP review is the Methods and Assistance Program. And so the comptroller comes in, they're actually here, well, they're scheduled to be here this week. I think they're gonna come back next week. But they come in and look at all of our policies and procedures and make sure that we're following tax code and the comptroller's rules, and basically do a procedural audit essentially. And so with it, there are the questions, there's sometimes up to 90 questions the comptroller asks us, and there may be a lot of different things that we have to provide to prove these things. But in it, there are a lot of dates and deadlines and files that we have to provide to the comptroller's office. And so this is a tool that was built by another or former chief appraiser. And it's basically a tool to keep track of all the different deadlines and rules and requirements and different questions. That way you can start putting your supporting documentation into a single source. That way, when it comes time for the map auditor, you just give them access to this one system. Say, here is all of our stuff. We can show you that we have complied with all the deadlines, and here are all our documents to prove it. And so for $8,500, it seems like a relatively cheap program to make sure that we are compliant with the state requirements.
Is there any public comment on this one?
Look. No, sir.
No public comment on this one. Any discussion or a motion from the board? I'll move for approval. It's second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. We're gonna vote online. I never know. My screen won't do anything. Oh, there it is. Please vote. Oop.
Passes.
Pass unanimously. Or Fred? So, okay. Just kind of picking, have fun here. The second B is discuss. Nobody noticed that till I said it, right? Oh, did you? Discuss and act to change the appraisal review board ARB per diem to $200 per day with $100 half day, with the chair receiving an additional $20 per day, which is $10 half day. Joe Don.
We have several public speakers signed up.
I had one question about it. We said we're gonna change it to, but what are we changing it from?
It's in this, at the bottom in
Oh,
small
yeah.
print. It says standard.
See where it says, right at,
So it was 185.
195 per day, panel chairman is 205 per day, ARB secretary 225 per day, ARB chairman 240 per day.
Missed that. Okay. that's
good.
all I have.
We do have multiple speakers. First one is Victoria Clyde. Good morning.
Morning. I'm a 6-year ARB member, and I was ARB secretary for 2024 and 2025. My ARB goal is to provide a professional experience for property owners with qualified, trained ARB members. ARB procedures provide annual training both in-house and on the job. With experience in hearings, new members can become qualified, trained members. When a qualified member is moved up to a potential panel chair, he trains in hearings with an experienced panel chair. There is currently only one rate for ARB members. A member's pay increases only on the day he chairs a panel. Each and every day of panel hearings, we're faced with ever-changing, extensive types of hearings. As a result, varying degrees of experience are required. Thus, the pay is reflective of the type of hearings every day. We don't schedule hearings, and we don't know until a property owner checks in for a hearing that he is actually coming. He may have settled with TAD or decided not to show. And we also have walk-ins, so people can walk in ahead of their scheduled day and time. This speaks to the comment that the current per diems vary greatly and change daily, which is in that section. It was written on the agenda. They really do not. And if the reason for the change in per diems was to make calculating them easier, then back office issues should not be predominant. Panel chairs are qualified, trained members that property owners can have confidence in. They run the hearings, manage the flow and timing between property owner and appraiser, are responsible for following the law and the model hearing procedures. They train newer members with on-the-job training, understanding the law, interpreting or explaining testimony and evidence, helping them understand appropriate questions to ask, paperwork and teamwork. They're role models for professionalism and impartiality. They work member panels, they're respected and heavily relied upon by the officers and other members, and this does not come in the first year or on day one. The new proposed per diem pays panel chairs and secretary the same rate as first-year members with no experience. This will lead to a decline in performance levels visible to property owners and agents. ARB officers have many additional duties and responsibilities. Keeping the current per diem does not cost the taxpayers more than a new proposal. An increase in per diem is a tool to get members to take on added responsibilities, to be panel members, to be panel chairs or officers. The member versus panel chair per diem differential has been in place for probably 15 years. I'm suggesting that no changes need to be made today and that last year's per diems remained in place. By the way, the ARB has not had a cost of living increase in about 4 years.
Thank you. Janet Shriver.
Yep.
Had to zero the contact in on that one.
Well, good morning,
Morning.
everyone. I've been an ARB member for the past 4 years. I did apply for the remaining 2 years and haven't heard anything yet, so I'm waiting to hear whether you're gonna approve me or not. The reason I joined ARB is because I had a friend who I didn't even know it existed, and I had a friend who was an ARB member and told me about it. I thought it sounded ideal, especially since my background for the previous 30 years was in human resources, so I thought it was great to work with homeowners, which sounded really ideal. So the reason I'm here today is for not to change what the tiered payment plan is right now. I have earned, after the 4 years, to be able to be a chair at some of the meetings. There's a lot of responsibility in that. I know a lot of you are brand new members and maybe you don't really understand what we do, but if you were, and all of you are welcome to join and become an observer and see what we do every day, to understand exactly why it should be left like it is. To change it to the $200 for everyone, we have brand new members on the board with us. Me being a experienced chair would be training some of those on how to do this. If they're making the same thing that I'm making, then what would be the reason for me to be a chair? I'd just rather sit there and let someone else take responsibility. So I'm just here to say, until you really understand what we do, just leave it as it is. And then after a year, if you feel it should be changed, then at that time you can make an informed decision. I want to thank you.
Thank you. David Daniel. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking this opportunity for me to address the Fraser District's Board of Directors. Again, my name is David Daniel. I'm a third-year member. I'm starting my 4th year. And I'm here today to offer my thoughts regarding the agenda item before us regarding the per diems. I won't read it again since it's been read. And this is my presumption on where this was arrived at. It serves a twofold purpose. It's to meet the 30% reduction in the 2026 budget expense item, appraisal review board's compensation. And it also serves as maybe to attract a larger cache of applicants to consider as appraisal review board members by offering a more competitive per diem compensation. Again, that's no feedback I've got from anybody that's engaged in it. It's just me thinking through and looking at all of the information that I had. Best as I can interpret the changes, it'll be accomplished by reallocating the dollars that are already assigned in the current tiered approach, which we've heard about, for the panel chair and wings, along with the ARB secretary and ARB chair. My fear is that this can adversely impact the efficiencies and expertise in place today. Now, Mrs. Clyde has already articulated on the various responsibilities required of a panel chair compared to the 2 wings position, which make up our 3-member panel, so I won't enumerate further on that. And although many of today's panel chairs may have altruistic tendencies, the true motivation is incentive-based. The same line of reasoning applies to those interested in the ARB leadership roles, which would be the secretary and the chair. Our property owners deserve well-run hearings. Competent and confident individuals who are willing to guide the protest process to its ultimate conclusion deserve the additional compensation. Likewise, our ARB panels thrive in the presence of sound collaborative leadership, the leadership between the secretary and the chair. That collaboration warrants reasonable remuneration as well. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Diane Lehman, no, Henry McCormick, sorry. I knew you didn't look like a Diane when you stood up, so.
Good morning. My name is Henry McCormick. Some of them know me, some of y'all know me. I've been in this industry for 41 years. I did my first appraisal in 1986. I worked for 24 years for DCAT. I was a senior territorial appraiser. I've been sitting through probably estimated 35,000 hearings in my career. I've worked for DCAT, I've worked for other appraisal districts, I've worked for tax reps, and I've worked on the board for the last 5 years. I was a chair of the board, chairman of the board, of the panel rather, day one whenever I came to Tarrant. Okay, I know what a 41-411 is, a 41-462, a 25-25C, a D. I know where to look in the tax law to find what I need. I've ran more of these panels or I've been in more of these panels than anyone else here, probably. And you're telling me that my worth is the same worth as a person who walks in the door. I know this sounds arrogant, and I apologize. It's not meant to. It's a realistic fact. Okay. The president and the secretary that I work under are phenomenal. I wouldn't be able to do my job without them. They need to be taken care of in that aspect as well. As stated earlier, if I'm going to get the same pay as the lady that's just coming in and has 2 months education in this, I might as well sit on a wing, write on paper, and make my call. I run that panel the way it should be run, under the law. I knew I should have written this stuff down, I forgot. But the people that take the time, the effort to learn how to do it and do it correctly should be taken care of. I mean, you know, you get paid more than your first day appraiser for a reason. And it's because you bring the leadership needed to run this appraisal district correctly. Same should be taken care of for the panel, for the chair, for the ARB. With all that said, I don't care about the base salary. There should be a base with a portion for the chair of the panel chairman and for the secretary and president as well, in my opinion. I don't care where the base starts. Figure that part out. That's up to y'all. It's just, you know, what do you want to put out there to get good employees for what they are, for the pay that's being given? Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank
Y'all
you.
have a great day.
Now, Diane.
Very nervous, so you're gonna have to bear with me here. My name is Diane Lehman. I'm in my 6th year of being an ARB member. I have been a panel or a chair since year 2. They threw me into that, and you know, you learn by the seat of your pants. But what I wanted, I mean, Mr. McCormick stole a couple of my lines, so,
I tried to get you up before him.
well, I know, you know, he's such a talker, I thought maybe I could just kind of sneak in here. But I do want to talk about responsibilities, because the first thing that I look at when I walk into my room and set it up is that property owner coming through the door. They are angry. They are scared. I've been called a monster and dumber than a 5th grader. And I have to use every skill I have learned in my professional career to try to calm the situation down, make them feel comfortable so we can have a successful hearing. I've got 15 minutes with a timer to have this hearing. It is very difficult when you've got an angry homeowner to tell them they've got 4 minutes and they need to shut up. You can't imagine the skills, like I said, that you have to pull up from your past job to be able to control that room. If I'm lucky, I have a new wing and a seasoned wing. If I'm not lucky, I've got a new wing and a new wing. So I put my teacher hat on. And I lasted 1 semester in teaching in college. You know, but I've got to have a good panel to be able to work with a property owner and the appraiser and stay in the middle. You've got to teach a new wing how to read the data. They've never seen that stuff before. You've got to teach them that we're not rubber stamping a property owner or the appraisal district. We're there to look at the data and make an informed decision on what we can do for them without jeopardizing TAD. I don't know what else I can say about the responsibilities. It's just, from day one, have told you are in control of that room. And so we take control of that room. Now you're telling me
That's your time.
that I'm sorry, I'm gonna close up. I'm a talker. That my worth is not more than that greenhorn coming through the door. Sad.
Thank you. Chandler Crouch.
Well, I have learned a lot by listening to them. I thought I understood the pay structure that they were in, and apparently I was wrong. I didn't realize there was a tiered system. I thought everybody got paid the same, and I wonder where the intent or the heart of the board is on this. I tend to think we might kind of be on the same page here, as learning a little bit more, that there's more than meets us the eye. It seems like my reading of the agenda before this meeting was, it seemed like the intent was maybe to give these people a raise. And I understand it, you're kind of disincentivizing if you give the rookies the same thing as the really experienced people. I was gonna come up here and I'll say the same thing I'm about to say now, which is they've got a really hard job. And there's nothing more frustrating than going into one of these panels when you've got somebody that's inexperienced, that's not really looking at the evidence, that doesn't know anything, and you don't get to hear their thoughts too much, but you can just tell they just kind of nod and then go along with what the appraisal district says or what somebody else in the room says without any critical thinking. It's so valuable to have a critical thinking person that weighs owner, taxpayer evidence, and appraisal district evidence and makes a good conclusion. So the experienced people are very valuable. I typically wouldn't be in favor of spending more money. However, from what I understand, the number of appraisal review board members is gonna shrink significantly from where it was last year, it seems like. And so to give hopefully we're gonna keep the good ones and get rid of bad ones, and then giving raises to these guys seems very appropriate. I would suggest considering, if y'all are up for it, maybe amending the resolution to just say, let's just give a $10, $20 raise to everybody across the board, whatever tiers they're at, just because, I mean, if we can, like I said, keep the good guys. God, I got a minute left. Ran out of things to say, but I want to keep talking. Everything is out. Keep talking.
You can't sit down.
Anyway, I appreciate the discussion. I think one more thing to consider here is possibly, here goes. Consider some of these guys for the ARB committee. Seems like they've got great insight, and I've been in some panels with some of them. You got some smart ones here. And then out of the box, maybe something for the future is, what if we could tie their pay to the reviews that they get afterwards, or maybe, I just made friends with all of them now, burning the bridge. Or maybe, what if, I know, right? What if we looked at how many of their hearings got appealed and considered that? I'm just saying, hey, I'm thinking outside the box. The bottom line is they've got a hard job. Considering additional pay, I think, is a great idea, and I appreciate all these guys showing up, because that's not easy either, showing up in public like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll sit on this side.
Okay, yeah. That's our last public speaker on this one. This one came from the staff, so I'm gonna ask Joe Don to present it.
The original, I guess, trigger for this, we'd moved to Paylocity, our payroll system, and so we were originally trying to add the ARB members into the payroll system, so that way we could pay y'all just like we do all of our employees, or at least keep track of it simpler. But with the chair function, y'all will turn, the ARB turns in their log, and like somebody may be a chair in the morning, they may not be in the afternoon, they may be one day, they may not be for 2 more weeks. And so for us, it became difficult to manage because it wasn't consistent. And so that was the original concern that we have. Looking at other districts, it seems the most common is that there is a single rate of pay for ARB members, and the chair, from what I've seen, but, so what we were trying to do is just kind of level the playing field. Most of them would get a raise, but that wasn't the overall driving factor. Most of it was just trying to make payment easier and not have it change from day to day.
All right, discussion from board members? Fred?
I'll start discussion. One thing that's clear to me is that maybe this should be, and it's been suggested even, 2 different issues. Because my feeling is very strong that it's been presented that maybe the chair and some of the senior people deserve more money. But I've heard from testimony that maybe the base is not as much the issue. And I was just thinking, I wonder if we want to separate this out in 2 different discussions or thoughts.
Matt?
No. As the chair, I want you to know that Gloria, Mr. Durham, Wendy, Eric, and I, we've exhausted this discussion, and we're trying to put together, along with what Joe Don recommends, a sensible game plan going forward. And Chandler mentioned it, there's a reducing demand for the ARB because Mr. McKissick's doing such a good job settling online. And so everything is changing, and numbers are truly diminishing. So whereas, and again, I appreciate the folks on the ARB. I've been through many, many hearings, and I know the value of a well-run ARB hearing versus a frustrating ARB hearing. So I have a large space in my heart for those on the ARB. But again, we are, even though we're a government entity, we are tasked with reducing expenses, being right-sized, and these are things that I'm finding aren't always, easy for a government entity to swallow, that, we just need less. And we think we can fill our demand. And again, we're not trying to besmirch the leadership and what the chair and the secretary brings. No, we very thoughtfully went through a lot of dialogue on getting it right, to have the right leadership on that ARB. Now, it's also interesting, you've got to realize, this is a committee that we put together, and then we don't have any inputs with them. The ARB is independent. Yes, so, it is our job to pick the leadership, and again, our job to assign what we consider fair pay. And I think we've exhausted the subject. I'm proud of the work that our committee has done. I do not recommend any changes.
Yes.
Okay, so just I want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. So the current pay is $185 a day, is that correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the panel chair is $205, secretary is $225, and then the ARB chairman is $240. That's correct, okay. So what we're proposing is that the standard pay be moved to $200 a day, and then the chair receives $220 a day. So we're looking at increasing the base pay but decreasing the chairman pay by $20 a day. Am I seeing that correctly?
Not,
And decreasing the secretary. So the secretary,
just, wait, just this board talk.
okay, so the panel chair, the secretary they would not receive any additional pay for being secretary. Is that correct? Only the chair would receive an additional $20 a day?
That's what we're proposing, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so walk me through the thinking in decreasing the chairman pay. Like, I hear what you're saying, Matt, but why would we now walk that back and decrease that? Have we thought about, I don't know, walk me through why we're decreasing that particular one by $20 a day.
You know, again, we in a situation like this, we're never gonna make everyone happy. It's just not gonna happen. So what we're trying to do is put together a practical plan, practical for the operations of the appraisal district. I mean, we've heard loud and clear, we have to listen to our staff, and our staff was very instrumental, Mr. Durham and Joe Don, on having this discussion with us of why don't we consider kind of normalizing it up to $200 and then pay a little bit extra for the leadership positions. Again, when you make a decision like this, we're very well aware we may lose some very useful, talented, tenured people, but I also believe everyone can be replaced. I mean, we can find, if we have a shortage, now again, we're in a situation where we don't have a shortage. We have more than we need. We carried more than we needed last year, and we want to get this right-sized. This is my opinion. I believe I've characterized what we've discussed in the background on this, but it's not something we took lightly. But we are trying to run more efficiently, and again, we don't want to overstaff an area that doesn't need to be overstaffed.
But
Okay, so
also,
Mr. Bo-
this is new. We did not have this responsibility prior to last year. So this is relatively new to this board. Before it was under the control of the county commission.
The pay and everything was?
The pay, we did the pay. I don't know who decided what the pay would be.
Okay.
But we didn't have, and we weren't doing all that we're doing now, and that's why the committee was created, so that we could get educated and educate the rest of the board as well. So that's all relatively new as well. So you're learning along with us, because
Right.
even if we have a year in, we still have a lot to learn.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Mr. Bobbitt, going back to the Paylocity. So, like, when they're clocking in, I don't know, is that done electronically? Is that done how?
I believe it's been done by paper because we couldn't put them in Paylocity because the rates would change.
Okay.
We set up a meeting with Paylocity, and it basically told us it wouldn't work the way we were paying them.
Okay, because I do payroll for our different companies, and so there's always, like, we'll have, you know, somebody that clocks in as a server, and then somebody on another shift will clock in as a bartender, so those rates of pay are different. So I'm kind of surprised that Paylocity doesn't have an option for them to be able to clock in at a different, I mean, it literally, you just log in under, we don't use Paylocity, we use a different payroll system, but that seems like that would be an easy way to be able to accommodate them clocking in under, if that's truly what one of the issues is just simplifying it, and I totally understand trying to simplify it, but I have a hard time believing that Paylocity wouldn't be able to have a function where they could clock in electronically under whatever position that they're doing. I don't know. Again, I haven't worked with Paylocity, but that seems like that would be something standard.
We thought it would have worked.
Yeah.
But I wasn't in the meeting. I think Brad was.
I think they're able to do it if they were paid hourly, but if they're not paid hourly, they're paid for a day or a half day.
Okay, so that was the different, okay. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense then. Okay. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
So Matt, I have a clarifying question. Is it your recommendation that we don't do anything on this?
We presented what our committee found, and, you know, I recommend we go forward with it.
Let me clarify that
presented.
question then. So this is out of committee, or this is out of staff?
That's a good question. Both. I mean,
And it's
staff,
identi-
we're very, staff and committee work close together on this.
So, forgive me for just picking this apart. Would there would you entertain a recommendation of not changing the base, but changing the increase for the additional positions? Or your position is just we pass on this?
I think we got it right. Again, we can tweak it here and there. I think we got it right.
Okay.
Eric Crowell.
Matt, just a question. Where did the committee come up with the 200 and 220? Was there a study or anything?
Mr. Durham, where did we come up with 200?
I think other staff, including Brady, who's no longer here, that's helping y'all, were looking to DCAD for how they were doing as one of the comps, if you will, one of the comparable appraisal districts. But I was not involved at that initial stage. I didn't come on until just a few weeks ago when Mr. Ewing resigned.
Didn't you just say, Joe Don, that, you looked into other districts?
There have been surveys, I don't know if I could find it quickly enough, but I know there have been surveys that TAAD sends around on at least every couple year basis. So we could find that and give that to y'all, but I don't know if we could do it in a timely manner.
I believe this was discussed in a neighboring county last week. Johnson County Appraisal District discussed this exact matter for their ARB members, and they raised theirs from $175 for a full day to $185 for full day, and also included the half-day pay because they did the same analysis that we did of what has been happening in the past, what do we need, what don't we need. So they actually cut out members, they cut the number of members that they needed because they saw they didn't need the full number of members that they had allotted for, and they changed the hourly rate, and it's very similar to what we're doing. The group, the committee, and staff looked at what has the operations looked like in the past, and we have to nominate a chairman and a secretary for this, so it has to be one person, and it can't be, well, your chairman, it's different for every single day we account.
Ms.
or
Burgess?
We
I'm s-
nominate for those individuals, but panel chairs obviously are different. And I do have a great appreciation for the value that you bring to the workings of
Oh, well, sorry. JCAD just did this past week, and they looked at several districts as well, and they moved theirs up from 175 to 185, but they cut positions because they saw that they didn't need as many members on their roster because they were maximizing the availability of the members that they had. So, and that brings in line, that we are actually going to a higher daily pay, compared to some of our neighboring counties.
Let me just say this, some things in government become as clear as dirty water. Can we get a clarification? So, I don't know if this is for Mr. Tepper or who, just a brief, give us the 5-cent version of how we got here. So this body reports directly to the board, and we determine who they are, who runs them, and then we determine how to pay them. And so it's not a staff conversation, it's a board. Could I guess just give us that.
So the ARB doesn't really report to this board. They're their own independent body. And it's part of the reason, there was a suggestion that you have members on the committee, and that would actually violate some of the communication laws. So historically, the people that have appointed ARB members has changed throughout the years. Sometimes it's been the local administrative district court judge, other times it's been the board of directors. In larger counties, now it is the board of directors. The determination of how many members are on the ARB and what their pay is, that has always been a decision for the board of directors. And so it is your determination to decide what the pay should be for ARB members, how many members there should be, and then every couple of years, the legislature decides they want a different group of people to appoint to the ARB members. That gets you what you're looking for?
Yeah,
Chairman?
that's exactly it. So in my history of talking about TAD in general, all the way back to my years as a city council member, there's been two major complaints about the appraisal district. Has been, one is the chief appraiser, whoever that is at the time. So I don't know if that's right now, but I'm just saying. And then the other has been the ARB, because this is the public, this is what the public sees is the ARB. They don't see all the other stuff we're doing around here because they don't need to or want to. And so my point in saying that is I think that it's extremely important that whoever we have doing this are some of the best people when it comes to customer service. Some of the best people when it comes to being able to explain a decision that might or might not be a happy decision. And then the best people that are able to take all this convoluted material and make something out of it, because the public has, well, I think even lots of very high-level elected officials have absolutely no understanding of appraisal districts. And so I just think it's important that we take care of, I guess that's the right word, but make sure that we have great people doing it and that we take care of them. I don't know, that sounds like we're gonna give them a tuna sandwich every afternoon, but that's not that we make sure that they're, if it's compensation, that they're compensated well, et cetera, et cetera. And so I just use that as kind of my base understanding of where we're headed. And then now let's answer those questions moving forward. So that's just coming from my perspective of who they are, why they are here, and what they do. Now, back to the agenda item. Where are we? Eventually, so Callie.
I want people to feel valued. I'm just, needed some clarification on, you say the rate changes if they are chairman that particular day. So we're not talking about the ARB chairman, we're talking about the panel chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're saying the standard pay for a regular person on the panel would be $200, then we're decreasing pay for panel, and then the secretary is staying the same? So I just need some clarification all the way across.
The secretary would be at 200 also is what we're proposing.
Oh, okay.
So there'd be a
Okay.
decrease. The chair would decrease down to 220. The regular members, the main members would go up from 185 to 200. So the panel, if you were serving as a panel chair, you'd lose $5 a day. The secretary would lose roughly $20 a day or $25 a day, and the chair, the ARB chair, will lose roughly 40. 20, math.
Oh, I just,
And to clarify for me
Struggle with
then,
that.
there's no, everybody's on the same scale. There's no time served scale, there's no knowledge, therefore knowledge served scale. Okay, just making sure I
would
understand.
it be a problem if someone was a panel chairman for part of the day and just pay them as a chairman all day, or does that get
If we were
interesting?
going to have different steps, it would be easier if it was like your first term is one rate, second. That way it's set for that year or that term. Well,
They're like the front lines of people's experience with us, and so I feel like we gotta figure out a way for them to feel valued with, while being, fiscally responsible there, but, I don't know.
If we
I
were
feel
gonna do it, I'd rather do it by term and not by chair,
Okay.
cause that could change, or as they get trained, they might become a chair halfway through the year, but I'd rather them kinda stay somewhat consistent.
It's more like by tenure.
If that's the
basically.
ARB's concern,
Or
if
what-
that's the board's
yeah.
concern.
So if, we've got inputs, and then we've tossed it around here a little bit, and absolutely, if having a pay scale that's graduated 180 to 190 to 200, and that's what we're looking at. We're not looking at a massive spread of what we can pay the new members, and I will say this. I've been in here, new members can be delightfully good at this. You know, this is not something that someone, again, new members, there is something to be said for having new members. There's something to be said for it. And again, we're in a declining area, but if it would boost morale for us to have a graduated pay scale on that type, you know, we can certainly take this back, and I don't mind us reconvening. Our board is rather efficient on this, but I will tell you, we have discussed this at length. We have kicked this around, and this is what we came to, but I like, it's encouraging to see those that are impacted by it financially showing up, and I think absolutely they're worth, let's reopen this in our committee. We have time. I don't think we're on any, we have time. I mean, hearings don't start till
May 15th,
yeah,
roughly.
but we have training coming up. I do know that. When is the training? Okay.
Matt?
Lots of people are giving me, I've got lots of people giving me
There's a lot that goes into
flags.
the training and the choice, and, since this board has to appoint the members themselves, that's why we had to go through the due diligence, prior to this meeting, to get to this point, alongside, of the, pay scale.
Yeah, we got like 5 agenda items in a row that relate to this. I'm gonna go this direction. Mr. Carl, you have something?
Yeah, I get, Matt, what you're talking about, cost savings, and Bob, Mr. Bobbitt, from the payroll perspective. But one of the agenda items after this, we're gonna discuss reducing the size of the ARB. So there will be cost savings from that. So I think we should value the chairs and the secretaries. And, by my quick math, $185 at 60 people, which is $11,000. So I think there's room to reward the chair and secretary.
Yes.
If we do review this again, it probably would be good to do, because the budget's gonna be, coming back to us in June.
Yes,
And so
ma'am.
at that time, we could address any cost savings or, budget adjustments anyway. So I don't think there'd be a problem with us postponing making this decision.
Ms. Farrar?
Just a question. So on the standard members, do they typically, are there several of them that just stay a standard member and don't ever have any, they don't want to move up to a chair? Is that normal? Or, okay, so several of them will just stay at that, and then whoever wants to take an initiative to become a chair, then they do that at that point. Okay, thank you.
Fred?
Matt, I know you're in a community to do this, so you know more about this than me. It seems to me, I'm in favor of a differential for the additional duties. And from a cost perspective, I'm in favor of keeping the base where it is, but have the differential be for those people. But I yield to you. It sounds like we need to look at this a little more closely. Now, having said all of that, our next meeting is until June, and these other issues, D and E, follow this, so I don't know if this needs to be figured out before we go into those next items.
Wendy, do you have something? That ended with a question that.
It did. Yeah, well, and I'm trying to incorporate, the discussion of the board as a whole, as well as the testimony, of the individuals, and, we could go multiple ways. I want to make sure that everyone understands that of the ARB, there is a chair, an individual chair, and an individual secretary, just like on this board. Then, in ARB hearings,
Sorry, there's an individual chair and an individual secretary, just like on this board. But then in ARB hearings of 3 individuals, there is a panel chair. So there goes that pay scale. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that there's individuals that are chosen for the chair and the secretary at the beginning of the year. and they're that throughout the year until they choose to not be, or they're, requested by this board to not be for a performance issue, say, or an attendance issue, or whatever, you know, but or they serve for 5 years possibly. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys understood that there is a chair and a secretary, and those two members stay that the entire time. Panel secretary, or panel chairs, can change within the three-person panels, depending on what their needs are, or maybe they have a two-person panel because a bunch of people are sick that day. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm perfectly happy, looking back at it from a graduated pay scale, you know, if, that's the will of, the board, because of what we've heard today. They carry a gargantuan effort, and, that they are the public eye, for the district, along with our great directors and the folks that are out on the front. So happy to do that.
Let me, back to asking questions now. Are we answering, is this an annual conversation, or are we answering an issue?
Once you set whatever the ARB members' pay is, that pay will stay in place until such time as the board makes an adjustment to it whenever it's brought up to your attention.
Sometimes the worst thing in organizations is committees, because they have a need to do something, and sometimes I think they do things, you know, and so I was trying to figure out, is this because a committee wanted to do something, or are we actually answering an issue?
It came up because of the Paylocity issue. That's,
Okay. Okay. So the payroll system may be the issue. That you see where you peel off enough pieces of the onion, you figure out what's the problem here. And if the payroll system's the issue, let's get a better payroll system. But if the issue is actually trying to save money somehow, or we're trying to shrink staff somehow, that's another issue. That's a whole separate conversation.
One thing to consider is, let's consider this. We need to go forward with what we presented today, because we do need to get a chairperson and a secretary seated. And we're not planning on meeting again for a couple of months. So we might want to consider moving forward with that. But it does sound like we've, of course, got the capability, if we want to make an adjustment aligned with what we might find a better efficiency with our payroll system. You know, is it something, Mr. Tepper, that we couldn't adjust, you know, by the next meeting, or have a special meeting if we think it's that important to adjust? But we probably do need to move forward today so we can get training scheduled. We can get the ball rolling on having an ARB.
That's why I said let's delay this and not make any changes to the pay until June, when we approve the next budget.
So the way to do that, just the way to move forward is make a motion of some kind, and we make a decision on that motion. And one motion could be to table this until June. And I would entertain anybody making a.
So I'll make a motion that we table this until our next
It's
meeting.
been moved that we
in
table
June.
this to the June meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there discussion on that motion? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for the chief appraiser. If it is tabled until June, does the payroll system, will it support the current pay scales
Between now
and
and
be
then.
able to make payments for it to move forward until the time that we can reconvene?
we've been doing it manually, so we just keep doing it the way we've been.
Okay, thank you.
So one input is, I mean, we're moving forward without leadership at the ARB.
Well, we still have 5 more agenda items on this topic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's been moved that we table B till the June meeting.
The second B.
Oh, yeah, the second B. I'm just gonna go ahead and call it C. We're moving C to the June meeting. Is there discussion on that amendment, that proposal? Hearing none, the motion is to table this till the June meeting. All of,
Send it right now.
it's coming.
Now, did that say table?
Yeah, I don't see,
That still
what's the
says
table
discuss.
option?
It's table, your four table, okay, passed.
Passed unanimously. All right, D then is section 6.41B1, consider resolution 2026.
Move to approve.
Oh, good, good. It's been moved that we approve number D. Is there a second? There's a second. Is there discussion on this? This is, just so you know, just so everybody, so the people listening can understand, this is to amend the ratio of regular to auxiliary members on the ARB to be comprised of 16 regular and 44 auxiliary members. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote.
Motion passes.
Motion passes, I guess, unanimously. E then, pass resolution 2026-06 to appoint auxiliary ARB members. This is,
Move to approve.
it's been moved that we approve. Is there a second? Is there a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Oops.
Send it.
Take one and pass it down.
I don't wanna miss the, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay.
There you go.
Passed?
Passes.
That's for the auxiliary members. Then the next resolution is F to appoint regular ARB members. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Been moved to approve. Seconded. Discussion.
That was Ms. Pena and who was secretary?
And Ms. Burgess.
Thank you.
Any discussion on approving F?
Move to approve.
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please vote.
Sending it.
Is there any
Okay,
public
just
comments
sent.
on any of these? No,
Okay, I
good
thought
so
we were
far.
doing the other one.
Did that pass, Jude?
Yes.
Waiting on, Mr. Barnes, did you put yours in? It's not coming through yet.
I did, and I don't see
Now we
any
are.
refresh. Oh, Barnes.
All right, it passed.
Passed unanimously. Then G, pass a resolution accepting ARB member resignations.
Move to approve.
Been moved and seconded. Ms. Pena and Ms. Burgess. Discussions? Hearing none, please vote.
Ms. Pena, did yours go through? I'm not seeing
Oh, I'm
it.
sorry.
That's okay.
I was looking ahead.
Okay, passed unanimously.
That passed unanimously. And then H, pass a resolution appointing a chair and a secretary to the appraisal review board.
Move to approve.
Been moved to approve, second with, who, Kelly?
It doesn't matter. She can,
I've got Ms. Rigney.
doesn't matter.
Discussion? Please vote.
Do we wanna read off the names? So we-
Yeah, it'd be nice to know who the, be nice to know what we're approving here.
Martha Gates and Jerry Betts. Martha Gates as chair, Jerry Betts as secretary.
Please vote, it's on your screen.
Passes
Passed
unanimously.
unanimously. That was H. I, approve transfer, oh, this is a whole different thing now. New agenda item I, approve transfer of funds from CAMA committed fund and authorize purchase of data migration systems for CAMA software conversion project. Joe Don.
So with this, previously, the board has authorized to spend additional money to hire additional resources from True Prodigy to make sure the conversion kind of stayed on task and was successful. That ended in January, and so we're asking to kind of renew that portion. As we move into the rest of the year, True Prodigy will be onboarding other clients and kind of moving on with other people. We want to make sure we keep their priority and their attention, and this kind of gives us a dedicated resource to make sure that we want to make sure we're successful all the way through conversion, through certification.
Discussions or motion from the board? It's been moved to approve and a second from, Fred?
Yep.
Oh, I might have read the wrong one.
Okay, wait. We're on I. No, you're correct, right?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, you
Okay.
did. You done good.
Okay.
I,
And that was motion by Farrar, second by Campos.
yes. Any further discussion? Please vote. Approved unanimously. J, discussion and possible action on proposed penalty and interest for good cause.
This was brought up, we've talked about penalty and interest quite a few times, and so we were trying to establish what good cause would be. That way, y'all as the board would have kind of guidance. And what I was kind of looking at was if it looked to me like the entities had good cause, then it would be an action item for y'all to review and act on. And if they didn't have good cause based on this policy, then we just put in the consent agenda to deny it and not, just to kind of speed things up and not have to revisit these all the time. That was kind of the two goals. So just establish what good cause is. It's not really defined anywhere, and then speed them up if they don't have good cause.
Discussion. Any feedback on this legal?
The only thing I would say is, I think you made the comment earlier when you were talking about the consent agenda. Typically, the consent agenda is for items that are going to get approved. So I thought your comment to pull ones that are the recommendation to deny off the consent agenda makes a good decision. The only other thing I would say about the way that this policy is written is just to make sure that ultimately the board retains the ultimate authority and decision to decide what it considers is good cause. I think you can use this policy as a guideline, but as was commented earlier, I do think each case needs to be looked at individually, and this board needs to decide what it thinks is good cause. But other than that, if you want to adopt this policy to instruct staff on how to recommend it to you, I don't have a problem with that.
Any discussion or a motion? Yes, ma'am.
All I had was a question about item 3 with the words unexpected loss of a sole financial officer. We have so many financial officers that leave and they forget to tell us that they have a new one in the email. I know that Joe Don did a great job reminding them in the entity meetings. Please keep up your contact list or consider having us send it to a group that can access it. They know how much they owe at the beginning of the year, and they have the option of making one single payment. They choose to make multiple payments. But that's my comment.
So we've addressed this a million times. I kind of piggyback on what Wendy said. To me, if we want to look at good cause, what goes through my mind is what happens. Some school districts, they get wiped out by a hurricane. There's no administrative office. I mean, significantly huge, mega reasons. Or everything comes before the board. Or maybe like Mr. Tepper says, every one of these get itemized out and get discussion. We either need to determine what good cause is with at least some basic examples, or they all need to come before us.
Yeah, the reason where Mr. Tepper and I totally agree is you don't put this on a consent agenda. Consent agendas are approvals for. If these are ever going to be denied, you don't say I'm for 10 of them, but not that 11th one. So they'll have to be on the action side every time. somebody, oh, Eric
Um,
Morris. We're gonna need to set the two Erics side by side and just.
Thing one, thing two, yeah. Reading this, I'm worried it's gonna open up a whole can of worms, because, I mean, it's just gonna be so broad, and it's just like what Fred was saying, unless it's some extreme situation, like obviously, you know, if your school district's destroyed by natural disaster, well, I mean, you know, we would obviously address that. I don't see a need for a policy for that. We're reasonable enough to be able to decipher that. If we're gonna go so far as to pass this policy, why not create a good cause subcommittee? I mean, that's what we're gonna end up becoming. That's basically what we're gonna become.
Let me remind
You know, I
everybody
mean,
what
it's
got
gonna
us
get to
here
this
is
point.
we had 2 or 3 in a row and we got tired of talking about them all the time and we said, let's come up with a rule. I'm gonna suggest there is no rule. We need to come up, we are asked to sit on a board to make board decisions, and this is one of those decisions we have to make by law. And, I will propose that we do not do a policy and that we just know that each time one of these comes up, it's gonna come to us.
And it'll be an action item and not in the consent, correct?
That's correct.
I have a,
Yes, ma'am.
this kind of goes back to when we had this conversation before. We didn't put it to a vote, so no action has been taken. But the recommendation that Matt had made, which I thought was a good one, was that we now tell the entities, we're not going to give you a reminder every quarter. Here's the bill. It's your responsibility to pay it, and you will not get reminders from us. That's a savings anyway to the budget if we discontinue that process. Then there is no excuse. Well, you didn't send us the notice, we didn't, therefore we didn't pay it, which is a courtesy on our part. But since it's always been tradition that we do send it, if we're going to now negate that as a just cause, then we need to discontinue the practice. But, and we discussed this at the last meeting, but we did not take an action or vote to direct the chief appraiser to do so.
Yeah, it relates back to what Ms. Burgess is saying. It's a choice they make on whether they pay it in one lump or pay it over time. And, I just still think that there's gonna be times where they're gonna say, look, let's go ask. We have the right to ask. The law allows us the right to ask. We're gonna go ask. And so, I just think that if we come up with a rule that says we're always gonna say no, we're violating what our purpose is also.
What, so Joe Don, what do you need to effectively remove the quarterly invoice that, you know, is redundant upon the annual invoice that, you know, Wendy and Rick both are, you know, they share the experiences from the tax, but there's no quarterly or anything, there's just one.
Matthew, do you think we need actual motion on that, or just, this is
Just
good enough?
operation.
Yeah, I mean, is that something that, is that something that is actually written in an official TAD policy, or has that just always been the practice of the district has been to send it out?
Yeah, I think it's practice, I don't
Yeah,
think so.
if it has just been the practice and it was never set by a board policy, then that really makes it the chief appraiser's decision. And so, I mean, you could take an official action. If you do that, then to change it is gonna require official action by the board. If you all just look at the chief appraiser and say, that's how we'd like you to do it, and he starts doing it that way, then it's free for either Joe Don or some other chief appraiser to make the change on that as they see fit.
Look at all of us real quick.
Okay. Very well.
So on J, there's an action item on the agenda. We need to take action on this agenda item, correct? It's an action item, so the action could be to,
Right, I mean, you don't necessarily, it's discussion and possible action, and so if the will of the board is not to adopt
no
a
action.
policy, then there should be no motion, no action, and you can just move on to the next agenda.
okay?
Real quick.
Is any, yes?
Just one clarification, so what's the decision here? I guess there's an understanding that it's now gonna be, just send one notice for the whole year, you're just gonna send that to them?
Yes, sir.
And is that gonna be an email as well? Cause I do wanna maybe piggyback real quick, the last meeting, the suggestion you made, a letter in the mail as well?
We can do that.
Just so that whole little thing about chief financial officer was replaced goes away.
Yes,
So you
sir.
do,
We can send an
Ideally
email
both,
and a
yeah.
letter in November, and then we'll notify everybody that we're gonna quit sending the reminders.
Or should we just send, the mailed statement, just like the assessor collector office? They don't send us emails. They send us a statement.
I don't don't think it'd be that hard to add the emails. We have most of their contacts, and so we can at least make that effort.
Since it's the first time.
And emails are free, so. Okay.
They lead to a path of, well, I didn't get the email, and then we get to hear about it.
But you're gonna do both?
Yes,
He's gonna do
yes, ma'am.
both, and he's gonna
That's
announce at
first
the
time.
entity meeting.
Yeah.
We got it covered.
Hearing no objections, we're going to not take any action on J. Now we're gonna go back to the consent agenda, E, which is a consider penalty and interest waiver for the city of Benbrook for late allocation payment. Mr. Bobbitt.
We received the payment, I believe, January 29th. According to staff, we didn't see that there was a very good reason for the late payment. So that's why we're originally recommending denial under consent.
So, yes, ma'am.
I was just gonna go ahead and make a motion to
Please do.
deny the
It's been,
request for.
it's been moved that we deny, the city of Benbrook's, request for removal of P and I.
I'll
Second.
second.
Seconded, any discussion? All in favor of the motion, vote.
Can you confirm with the motion and who had the second?
Kelly and
Callie
Eric.
Rigney.
I know, I need to talk louder apparently.
Okay, just sent the vote.
A vote for is to deny.
Passed unanimously.
Passed unanimously. It is 10 till 11. I hate to do this, but my car stopped at Starbucks on the way, and then I stopped at the coffee thing over here a moment ago. And just being very upfront, we need to take a little break. So we will come back and start at 11 with K. All right, welcome back. The next agenda item is K, discussion and consider action on a resolution to amend Tarrant Appraisal District 2025-2026 biennial reappraisal plan. This item was brought by Wendy Burgess and Eric Crowell. I don't know who's doing, Wendy.
I'll go ahead and kick it off, just since I was one of the people that brought it to the forefront. So bringing this discussion item forward in my capacity as a member of the Board of Directors to fulfill our statutory compliance responsibilities under Section 605I and 2518 of the Texas Property Tax Code. Our role is not to perform appraisals or manage operational workflow. Our responsibility is to ensure that the adopted reappraisal plan remains compliant with the law, responsive to material developments, and aligned with the interests of all involved. The 25-26 reappraisal plan includes language on page 27 stating that if ratios indicate that a school district qualifies for a grace finding or receives an invalid finding in the property value study, those results will be identified for board consideration at the March meeting and for possible amendment of the plan, which was why I asked for it to be on this agenda, because we are required to. That provision expressly contemplates board-level review when property value study results materially impact a taxing unit. This has occurred. Two districts, as we know, Azle ISD and Carroll ISD, have failed the 2025 property value study and gone into grace. Azle ISD leadership has formally requested a discussion for corrective actions available under the adopted plan. This outreach does not place us in an operational role. It unless invokes the governance mechanism already written into our plan, which allows this board to consider whether an amendment is warranted. For tax year 25, the board directed that residential properties be held at the prior year final values, except for new construction and new improvements. While that directive was adopted within our authority, the practical consequence in at least two school districts appears to have contributed to the ratio outcomes that place them in grace or failure status. Under state law, failure in the property value study can result in the use of state values for school funding purposes in the future. The consequences directly affects local taxpayers, school district budgets, and public trust in the appraisal system. We already appraise commercial, industrial, business personal property, and mineral accounts annually. Therefore, any corrective action under this discussion would relate only to residential coded properties within the affected districts. The scope is measurable and defined. The discussion is specific to the failing district per plan, and it's my understanding that Carroll ISD had a discussion with the chief appraiser and is not interested in having theirs looked at. Is that correct, chief appraiser?
It was very brief. They did not plan to appeal at this time or really take any action.
Okay, thank you. So this discussion is specific to failing districts that are interested in reevaluating it. It's about evaluating whether maintaining the current reappraisal posture remains consistent with our statutory duty to appraise property at market value and to ensure equity and uniformity across taxing units. It's also about ensuring that our adopted plan functions as intended in real-world settings. The reappraisal plan explicitly provides that ratios indicating grace or invalid findings be brought to the board for consideration and possible amendment during this meeting. That's precisely what is occurring. Bringing this matter forward ensures transparency, preserves board authority, and allows the public to see the reasoning behind any decision. This is a governance decision. I am requesting that we consider a discussion and a possible amendment to the 2025-2026 reappraisal plan for districts that have sought corrective action as specified in the plan's management review process.
This is a public, I mean,
So
there are
discussion
public comments on this one. The first to speak is Todd Smith.
Well, thank you, and I originally had not planned to speak after addressing earlier, but I just wanted to address a couple of things that have been brought up since, as we've been here this morning. One is the question about our M&O rate, and so that is set by the state, and so the state sets all school districts' M&O rate. And so, and then that is used in calculating, obviously, our budget and everything, but that is also important or an integral part of that truth in taxation statement that all school districts have to do in going through that obligation. And so I just wanted to point that out, is that was a fix that the state did years ago in working through school finance, was setting that on the property values. And so without getting too confusing and getting into school finance, then that again is where the importance of being sure that we pass that property value study comes in play, to be sure that we're able to maximize or to get our state funding at that M&O rate that the state has already set based on our property values, if that makes sense. And then, of course, we do have the say in the INS, which then requires the voter approval. And so I just, again, want to just say that, you know, again, I know it's one thing, we're on the opposite end of the spectrum versus Southlake. And I get that Robin Hood is real, and those districts that are part of that Robin Hood or recapture or whatever the name you're familiar with using for it is real. You know, we're on the opposite end of that. And so I just emphasize the fact that the grace, the risk in, and I won't go to 3 minutes, the risk in being in grace and I mean, this was predicted in 7 or 8 school districts. We obviously were the one that fell, or one of the ones that fell in it. It's projected, if we stay on the path, that it could impact more school districts. And I think Jodan projected to not necessarily maybe get out of grace. And so I think the biggest impact is just the risk of already being in grace and not being able to have that opportunity again. Thankfully, the state does give that grace for these unique cases. And then so I think I would just make sure and ask you again, when this kind of came down, it was our understanding, and I know some of those board members are no longer here, but we had conversations with a couple of board members that said that there would be a plan as part of that reappraisal plan for school districts that failed their property value studies. And it's our understanding that after that all came out in all the meetings and through closed sessions and all, that was not a component of it. And so we're requesting that you reconsider what we were told would be considered if a school district failed their property value study.
Thank you, sir. Chandler Crouch.
Brad, thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I just want to say again, thank you to the leadership here. The reappraisal plan is not simple. It's complex. It has an effect that is not just a simple thing here. And I just want to mention, like, I think that it's very clear that the intent behind this is to help taxpayers. That's it. So nobody set out to harm anybody, any school district or taxpayers or anything like that. It's this board stepping up, saying, we're going to do what we can to help taxpayers, and I commend you. And I appreciate you. I'm glad it wasn't worse than it was. And again, you were right, and I forecasted wrong, and thank God. I think there was a lot of luck in that, but I also am just thankful. I really honestly couldn't care less, like, why. And if you have some data that shows that you had some unique insights that gave you the confidence to go through with this when it looked really scary to me, I would love to see the data that gave you that confidence, just so that we could have that and take that into consideration, hopefully part of this discussion we're about to have. I also want to look at the unfairness of the system in general. I think that we're all passionate in different ways, one way or the other, because of the unfairness of the system. And there's only so much we can do locally. I feel like y'all push the envelope to do everything you possibly can within the extent of what the law allows. The law is constrictive, and it hurts people no matter what. And now that we've had a chance to see what happens locally, I feel like you've got the attention of Austin. Abbott put it on his agenda to try and reconsider this, to make reappraisals less often. I don't know how he's gonna do it without hurting taxpayers, but I think that he has the ability to pull different levers to adjust the property value study, that sort of thing, to make it happen. My hope is, now that you've got some data to look back, that you latch hold of what you're trying to accomplish and are open-minded to the how. If you've got data, and if your intent is to help taxpayers, then let's stick to that and hold tight to it. And the question of how is that best achieved, I feel like is a discussion that I'm interested to hear how it goes. Because I don't think it's simple. I don't think it's something that we could imagine. It's something that, honestly, real estate market cycles have an effect on who's helped and who's hurt by this kind of thing. And we're put in a position locally where we've got to carry out a system that we're put in an unfair position by the state, and hopefully the state responds and we're in a different place after the next legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you. Sayetta?
Thank you, Board, for giving me opportunity last minute. But I would like to mention something, regardless of this. I like this reappraisal plan or not. What you need to focus is to bring all those properties on the tax roll, not only the new development, but the existing properties, new sales as well. New sales of the existing property that I have a discussion with Mr. Bobbitt before, not today, but we are losing. If we stuck with this plan, we are going to lose a whole lot of sales data to be on the tax roll. It's not reflecting last year, and it will not reflect this year as well. All we need is to do, if you decide not to change it, at least take those sales data and bring it to the tax roll. Hopefully that will help the entities. And I would like to mention one thing, and correct me if I'm wrong. You had an entity meeting on July 22nd, 2024. In that meeting, board decided to go for the study for a new reappraisal plan, and I believe at that time, Ms. Pena and Ms. Burgess voted for that. You voted yes for that, and now you bring, there is a problem with the reappraisal plan. I believe it's because of the entities, especially the school district, they think that they are going to hurt because of that, but you voted for yes, ma'am. And now you're bringing it. It's good if you are going to listen it, but you voted in 2024 July, and in August 2024 meeting, when it's time to vote, you had some family emergency, and you did not vote on that agenda item. But Ms. Pena voted no in August meeting, if I'm correct. So, but my point is, the sales data that you are going to lose, it's going down in cracks, you're losing it. Please bring it to the tax roll, that will help. A lot of things that zoning changes, I don't know if you're going to update it or not, that will help the entities in getting more tax, less tax, regardless of that, but it should reflect on the tax roll. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ethan Close?
Thank you, Board. I'm Ethan Close, the Treasurer for the City of Arlington. As I've stated here in front of you before, as I've stated down at the state legislature, the City of Arlington would like for you to amend the reappraisal plan. We believe that your job is to appraise properties. You should be appraising all properties every single year as stated in state statute. We are not asking for increases. We're not asking for decreases. We're asking for actual rates, actual property values to be assessed. It is our job as the city to assess then what taxes should be paid by the taxpayers. It is with, when we have deficits like we had this past year, it complicates the issue for us to have to say, well, part of this is because of the economy, and part of this is because of TAD's decisions. We don't want to have to try and explain to our citizens that it's because of political decisions being made as opposed to economy being made as to how and where we make cuts or increase our budgets. So with that, we just would like to restate that it's imperative that y'all appraise properties every single year. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last public comment. Want to clarify one thing that has been stated. Nowhere in any tax code of the state of Texas does it state that we have to appraise every single year. That is complete misinformation that's shared by even some elected officials out of Austin. It's just flat not true. That said, on this topic before us for Azle, I would open the table for conversation. Yes, Eric Crowell.
Thank you, Chairman Barnes. As Wendy stated, this agenda item was requested by her and I after a meeting with Azle administration and listening to their concerns regarding the comptroller's findings. So I have this statement I'd like to read. First, I would like to say thank you to the 3 elected board members who brought the reappraisal plan to the forefront of discussion back in 2024. It was a bold step in providing stability and predictability for homeowners to know their home's value over a 2-year cycle. I applaud the goal of providing tax relief to the citizens of Tarrant County. However, what would have most certainly worked in a 2-year cycle does not necessarily apply to the 3-year cycle that 2026 will bring. With home values being frozen at 2024 levels, the crucial 2025 reappraisal was not conducted, and while home values have remained relatively flat across the county, there has been price appreciation throughout pockets of the county. 2 of these communities are Azle ISD and Carroll ISD. While the ability to conduct periodic reappraisals falls squarely to this district, we must do our job and do it well to ensure the policies we enact are not causal to the comptroller's findings of invalid values, thereby putting school districts in danger of losing state funds. Chairman Barnes released a statement yesterday that all school districts were certified to use the local values assigned, and that is true. However, Azle and Carroll ISD are now in year 1 of a possible 2 years of grace. And while that may not necessarily affect large recapture districts, it can certainly affect a non-recapture district, of which Azle is one. Furthermore, our plan as written does create inequities in the appraisal system. It prioritizes existing and modified non-refurbished homes for tax relief over new construction homes and homes that have been modified. These homes continue to be appraised annually along with all commercial interests in the county. Now, the good news is the 2-year reappraisal is not a new phenomenon. In fact, Parker County, just to the west of us, successfully do their appraisals in odd years to align with the comptroller's study. The difference for them is that school districts found to be invalid are reappraised the next year for when the values to come within tolerance. So we know with proper safeguards, the 2-year plan can be successful. So why now? Simple. We have invalid values because of our current plan, and we have no safeguards implemented. And in conversations with the chief appraiser, if we want to act, we must do it before the printing of annual notices begins in March. As an appraisal district, our goal should be to provide accurate values as required by Texas law. Following the law, the state of Texas requires property to be valued at 100% of market value. Now, we know appraisals aren't an exact science, but we should aim to be as accurate as possible. In Azle ISD, single-family homes are undervalued by $240 million, and in Carroll ISD, that number is $2.2 billion. Those are not rounding errors. That's the effect of not appraising in 2025. Not appraising in 2026 will only make the situation worse. Focusing on Azle for a moment, Tarrant County is 897 square miles. Azle ISD makes up approximately 32 of those miles, or 3.5%. That means for 96.5% of the county, the reappraisal plan worked. And that's great news. And fortunately, we did leave 2 school districts behind, and that presents us with the opportunity to implement safeguards to address the shortfalls. When this plan was passed at the August 2024 meeting, several members of this body went on record and stated the goal is to not hurt school districts, and should an invalid finding occur, this board would go back and reevaluate its plan. And where I come from, when you give someone your word, you honor it. So in accordance with page 11 and page 27 of the reappraisal plan, I move to direct the chief appraiser to reappraise all property located within an ISD's boundaries in 2026 where a written request is received by the chief appraiser or his designee via a school board resolution wherein the requesting ISD has a preliminary finding of invalid values from the 2025 property value study. This request must be received by 11:59 p.m. March 16th, 2026.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Discussion on the motion.
I'd just like to say,
Yep.
I gave my word to the voters, and you should remember the election results. We had an overwhelming mandate that this is what the voters wanted, and the big picture isn't being told here. The buck stops with the elected officials on the other end. You could go to the voters with a Vader. You could, the cities can adjust their tax rates. For too long, people have been doing nothing. And by doing nothing, with these the values continuing to rise, they're raising people's taxes, and they're blaming it on the appraisal district. So if the voters wanted what our plan, then go to the voters, and they won't have a problem with an adjustment of the rate to solve the problem. So I feel like the whole picture is not, we're not the bad guys. This is what the voters wanted, and they shouldn't have an issue if we need to adjust a rate to receive more funding. But at the end of the day, promises made, promises kept. It's not political. It's we're doing what we said we were going to do, and their fears didn't materialize. And so, I don't have spouses that work for school districts where my household income is directly affected by the funding. So I don't know where y'all are coming from. Well, there's two people up here that have, is your wife a Tarrant County? No, I'm just saying, it's, you have different motivations.
Wait.
I kept my word to the voters, and he's saying where I come from, I keep my word, that's what we're doing, that's what I'm doing. So I can only speak for myself. I'm not attacking, I know I'm saying, we have different intents.
Well.
And I mean, don't go to me about attacking another board member. I've tried to be professional, and y'all attack me when I have a difference of opinion.
Y'all brought this item.
One person at a time. Is there anything else?
No, I'm done, but
Okay.
I mean, he's acting like.
Any other
we're not
discussion?
keeping our word.
Yes, ma'am.
So there was, I do have a question. It was mentioned that the city of Arlington adopted a deficit budget. Was this the first time they've ever adopted a deficit budget?
Wait, this isn't a discussion with the public. So
I mean,
this
have
is
they?
just for the board to discuss, so, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just
Just see if
curious.
Fred
I don't
could
think it's
answer.
fair to state that the Tarrant Appraisal District is the reason that they adopted a deficit budget unless this is the first time in the history of the city of Arlington. I don't know if it is or not, but I just wanted to make that comment. Okay, so, okay, district options. So once they fall out of grace, what is the next step for the district? Is there an option for them to appeal this with the state? Like, walk me through exactly what, if I were working for a school district, what would be the expectation when a study comes out and I fall out of grace?
So you can, a school district, not so much the appraisal district, but the school district can appeal the findings of the property value study. I think one of the misconceptions about the property value study is that somehow the values are the state's opinions of values, and that's not really true, particularly when you're looking at single-family residential. What the property value study is it is a ratio study. They pick properties that actually sold during a 6-month period before January 1st and a 6-month period after January 1st, and then they look at the sales price of those properties and compare it to what the certified market value was for the district. So in single-family residential, in order to effectively challenge the state's findings, you have to show that there was something wrong with those sales. Either the reported sales price is wrong, it wasn't a market value transaction. In commercial, The state doesn't have that kind of sales data available to them because there's not like a multiple listing service where you can get that information from. And in the commercial area, the state does do their own appraisals, and that becomes a much easier thing to fight during the property value study because the district ran their method, they come up with one value, the state ran their method, they came out with another. We all have opinions.
So in your conversation, Mr. Bobbitt, do you know if either of the two districts that fell out of grace have filed an appeal?
I don't believe they have yet, but I believe it was their intent to.
Okay.
We have a copy of the data from the comptroller's office, and I've been looking through it. I don't have a high degree of faith that an appeal will be successful because of what Matthew was talking about. They're just actual sales, and you would have to exclude a large number to move the ratio.
Okay. So before the reappraisal plan, did the district have any, did any of the districts fall out of grace prior to the reappraisal plan
Been
ever?
like 10 years.
Not
since the last
10
time.
years, so 10 years prior they did?
Yes,
And then was it recorrected on the next appraisal, or how did that?
Believe so. I wasn't here that long ago. We believe it is.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm following. So if they're in grace this year, and they will be in grace again next year, and then we will reappraise for the following year, is that correct?
27, that's the current
So
plan.
that would be, if they were in grace for 2 years, we reappraised in 27, then that means that new appraiser values would come out. And with the history of TAD, there hasn't been any districts that fell out of grace in at least 10 years. So there's a good likelihood that they would get back within the state's margin of whatever you call it. I mean, is that fair to say?
We would make an extra effort to make sure that we're at 99 or higher, just to, because normally, there's like roughly a third of the state of school districts that are in grace or out of grace at any given time, out of the 1,020 or whatever school districts there are. And most of those school districts, the appraisal districts, thought they were close to 100%, and the comptroller said, you're not. And so I'm a risk adverse, and so if we were gonna go into it for 2027, we're probably gonna hit it pretty hard just to make sure that that the comptroller comes in close to our number.
So for the 2025, 2026, as far as funding for the school districts, they're not at risk in 2025 or 2026 of losing funding from the state because they're in grace. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The risk is to lose the grace period, the additional
After
year in
that,
27.
correct.
Exactly.
Okay.
But
I
they
did-
should
okay.
get their full funding for both this
Right.
year and next year.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that.
Yeah, 2 years.
Further discussion? Yes, sir.
I'd like to address Ms. Rigney. The adjustment of the tax rates, it does work for the cities. The cities have more leniency. The schools do not because of the maximum compressed rate sent down by the state. And my motion is very specific. You know, I know being elected, you do answer to the taxpayers. We all answer to the taxpayers. But that's why my motion is to allow the school board who are elected in that local area to present a resolution to us so that they can answer to their citizens since
Right,
they
but
are elected.
Their voters voted for us overwhelmingly based on our plans that we put out there. And they can go to the voter-approved rate, which the voters approve if they need to adjust the rate, if they're already maxed out on the M&O rate. It's called a Vader.
Which I believe they've already passed.
Let me clarify that. Is there a Vader in Hazel? Okay. It's an interesting conversation because the reality is that the system is flawed, whether anybody wants to accept that or admit to that or not. The message out of Austin, depending upon who you talk to, is depending upon what you get. They all stand on the same floor and vote on the same issues and come home and report very different things. For example, some will try to tell us that we have to appraise every single year, and we flat do not. The proof in that is that there are other counties that don't do it right this minute. And if you are in violation of the law, you enforce the law. Instead, what they tried to do last session is pass a law telling us we were in violation of the law. You don't need a law to tell us we're in violation of the law if we're already in violation of the law. That's like coming up with a new speed limit to say you're in violation of the speed limit that you were in violation of. So the reality is we got a mess that we're trying to deal with. And in this case, it may or may not be affecting a school district, because I think the may or may not part is all of this is based upon assumptions of values. The comptroller even uses different dates than we use when we determine values. My house today is not what it was worth 6 months ago based upon all kinds of things. You can call any realtor out there and say, what's my house worth right now? And they're gonna tell me it's worth less than it was 6 months ago when we have to make a decision about issues here. And so we got a mess, and I think that is the underlying reality of the whole thing. My question that I've asked multiple times has been about the fair and equal part of the appraisal process. I've yet to understand how you stop and appraise a part of a county and still have fair and equal. If I live across the street from, and let's just use the school district we're talking about, Azle School District, and you live on their side of it, and we have ultimately the exact same house because we went and bought pickup company, a David Weekley, and I put my fireplace over here and you put your fireplace over there, but we have the same house. Mine is about to be appraised and yours is not about to be appraised because I live in the appraisal district, inside the school district that we're talking about, and now we got an unfair and unequal reality literally across the street from each other. I've yet to hear anybody explain to me how that falls within line with what the code and the laws say.
And that
But-
flipped where you say, how am I being taxed one way, and you're being taxed another way because you're in different school districts? I mean,
No.
Yeah,
It's not an issue of taxes. You and I don't deal with taxes in this room. We deal with appraisals in this room.
But Rick, we already do that. If I own a
Yeah.
business in Tarrant County, it gets appraised every year, whereas if I own a residence, currently it gets appraised 2 or 3 years. That's inequitable as well in your example. It still happens. That's the way things are. So us taking a 3% for Azle, I understand your feelings, like what about the other 97%? Well, this was an exception case.
No, well, I don't, that doesn't even answer to my
Well,
exact issue at all.
the other issue is like, based on sales, we already have an equity issue because Azle ISD is at 91% on market of what they actually sell for, whereas the other school districts that are surrounding them are 95 or better. So
So it's already,
there's already an equity.
Yeah, I don't, if I knew how to answer this question, we wouldn't even need you as a board. We wouldn't need the entire state legislature. I'm just telling you that that's unfair and unequal. And whenever you study everything that you study about appraisals, the biggest thing they talk about coming out of Austin is that everything needs to remain fair and equal. That's just a challenge to the conversation. Yeah, Wendy, sorry. Holler out.
So yeah, no problem. So I brought this item to discussion as a governance item per the existing reappraisal plan as it's stated in the reappraisal plan, and not as an argument, just as a discussion for adults on this board to have a discussion on this matter that is a governance item. It is, it's to take the opportunity to make all entities equal and uniform. And to your question about, I live across the street from someone, right now in the mass appraisal method that's being done already, where you live across the street, you're being appraised differently because of the neighborhood method that the chief appraiser just talked about. It's already happening. So I'm just saying this is an opportunity for us to perfect what was almost perfection in our reappraisal plan. So I just brought it because it is stated that we would do it in the month of March of this year, and so I brought it to the item so we could discuss it. And why not take an opportunity to perfect something that is so close?
Yeah, don't misunderstand me. I'm not arguing with anybody
Oh,
about
no, I
anything.
just-
I'm telling you that the biggest conversation in this book that many of us have not ever opened, many of you have not ever opened, is that it talks
Oh,
about
mine's
fair and
tab.
equal. And the reality is, whenever Austin is telling us how to do our job, they're violating their own rules that they passed, not us. This isn't about us at this point. This is about the fact that some of them come home and tell us. Some of them tell you. Some of you rode in cars down to meet with them in Austin last year, and they weren't honest with you about some of it. And here we sit. So we do have a motion on the floor. The motion is moved to direct the chief appraiser to reappraise all properties located within an ISD's boundaries in 2026 where a written request is received by the chief appraiser or his designee via school board resolution wherein the requesting ISD has a preliminary finding of invalid values from the 2025 PVS. This request must be received by 11:59 PM, March 16th, 2026. It also had a second. We still have discussion.
If I could make a quick comment, I just want to clarify before we make our vote here. So it seems like we've already established they're in grace right now, they're good this year, and then what we've established is next year they're good under grace still. So we've established that, and then after that, we're gonna have our reappraisal. So, and this was one of the reasons why, I mean, and I say this because Mr. Kreil mentioned about keeping our word. I have to see exactly what he's quoting there. But this is one of the reasons why back then I didn't support putting verbiage to automatically reappraise if someone falls within grace. Because my opinion is we're having a premature discussion. Not against the discussion at all. I always welcome discussion, but we could potentially be taking a premature action, again, making a lot of assumptions. We don't actually know if this concern, I mean, the track record so far is we had a lot of people predict doomsday today, and doomsday didn't happen, right? So I think this action is a little premature, given that we're fine right now, we're fine next year. If we have that next property value study or that reappraisal, and then we're still in shaky ground, I think that's a different story. That'll be a different kind of conversation, but we're not at that level yet. So this is the reason why I did not support putting that verbiage in there, because then we're gonna automatically make a premature decision where right now what we're seeing, still, I'm not seeing doomsday. I'm not seeing where that is. So I just wanted to explain that before we make our vote.
Chairman Moore,
Yes, sir.
I don't believe it's premature. We've had a invalid finding, and from the comptroller's point of view, that is a failure. And I guess, you know, everyone knows what I do for a career. I'm a firefighter, right? So why take the chance of a calamity happening in 2027 or a mistake and we fail? The school district would not qualify for grace because they will have used up their second year of grace. So I feel that we have the opportunity to fix the plan that worked for 97% of the county. So I think we should take that opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd just like to explain a little clearer about how the grace periods work. It's a really weird system. It probably took me 8 years of working in the property value study before I really understood it. But in order for a school district to get grace, you have to have passed 2 of the prior 3-year property value studies. So right now, we've passed 2 of the last 3 because we just, assuming it doesn't get changed, we failed in 26. In 27, or rather in 25, in 26, the school districts are going to automatically get grace. If we were to pass in 26 and then also pass in 27, we'd have our 2 of our last 3 years, and the school district would have its full 2 grace periods going into the 2027 reappraisal. If we don't do anything in 2026 and the school districts get an invalid finding for 26, when we come into 2027, we will have failed 2 of the last 3. We're going to have to pass in 27, and then we're also going to have to turn back around and get a valid finding in 28. And so that's kind of the risk of not doing a reappraisal in 26. Azle ISD and Carroll ISD should get their full funding for 26, but we are losing that grace period so that there's a risk that we have to pass in both 27 and 28 in order to make sure that the school districts don't suffer a financial risk of it.
So just to add another thing to what he said, there is scenarios where Azle could pass and then fail and be out of funding till 2031. So it isn't just, oh, we can wait and see. The way the grace works, there are scenarios where this is their warning and they don't get another warning, even if they pass the next year. So it's just a really weird scenario of danger for school districts.
Help me understand what. You help me understand what he just said.
Okay. So
This is 2026 and we're making a decision about 2031?
yeah, so
You help me understand this.
all right, I'm gonna have to write this down because these numbers always get confusing for me. So for me to explain this right, so I guess we had the last property value study for Azle. I'll use them because they're sitting right
Sure.
here. We passed it. Then we didn't get one in 24 because we had passed. So then we had a second property value study that was done in 2025. And as of right now, we are outside of the confidence interval. So right now, we passed the 2021 study, we passed the 2023 study, but we failed the 2025 study. So we have been successful in each 2 of the last 3 property value studies. Now, when we do 26, because we're out of the confidence interval, we're getting a study in Azle ISD in 2026. If we were to fail within Azle ISD again in 26, now we get our second year of grace. You get a first year of grace under the government code, you get an automatic second year of grace. That means when we come into 2027, we have failed 25 and 26. If we pass 27, then we've got a valid finding, and Azle ISD gets its full funding for 2027. Then we're going to get a study, I think it is for 2028. That was the question Mr. Bobbitt asked earlier that I'm not entirely positive what the answer is. But if we get a study in 2028 or 2029, if we were to fail that study again, well, we still have the 26 failure, the 28 failure, and the 27 pass. So now we don't have 2 of the 3 prior years. And then if we get another fail on that, when we come back in 2029 and we look at it, we've got a fail in 28, we've got a pass in 27, and if we fail 29, again, we don't have 2 of the prior 3 years. Did I explain that a little bit better?
Yeah.
Okay.
As I recall, I wasn't here when whoever was here made the decision to go to this model of appraisals. I supported it, but wasn't here to make that decision. We did it for 2 years, and part of the conversation for 2 years was exactly this. No?
It's in line with the property value study.
Yeah, it was exactly this. We didn't go to a 5-year. We didn't go to a 3-year even. We went to a 2-year. Because we're going to reappraise in 27. If we properly reappraise, if we do our job, properly reappraise, nobody's gonna have a problem in 27.
Then no one should have failed this year.
No, this year we didn't appraise last year, and we aren't appraising this year. That's based upon a lot of assumptions about what might or might not have been in an appraisal in 2025. That nobody can, people are rubbing the glass ball and just making stuff up at that point. I'll talk about Southlake for just a minute. There's nobody in Southlake government leadership that will not tell us that that result was the result of 2 major sales in Southlake to people that dramatically overbought the price of the house. came here with California money and dramatically overpaid the price. Therefore, everybody thinks everybody else's houses should be worth that much. And none of those houses are selling. People are living in them. So they're like, I don't care how much you may want to pay me. I want to live in this town, so I'm going to not sell my house to you. And that's the silliness that we're dealing with right now in that, not out there, not in Azle. I don't think that's the issue in Azle. Although if I could buy out in Azle what you can buy in Southlake, I'd go buy right this minute.
You know, the unique measure that's being proposed for Azle is that we raise values, which I believe is also, yeah, no, it is. Okay. Right. So, outside of this just invigorating discussion we're having here about valuations and how to value, what do my colleagues, I'm not looking out there, I'm looking to my colleagues, what do you think the taxpayer in Azle would like to see happen today? Would they like their taxes to go up? Or would they like them to stay where they're at? Because I think that's kind of a governing principle for me in this discussion is, I can assure you, if you go hat in hand to 50 Azle homes and ask them, I'm pretty certain of what response I would get, but I would like to hear from my colleagues. Maybe I'm misaligned with you guys on that, and maybe you think there are citizens that would like to see the taxes raised based upon the situation we're in right now.
The first thing I can think of is the 27 teachers that would, not this year, not next year, and please correct me if I misspeak, the 27 teachers that would be affected, they would have to let go in the third year if it came. And I don't have a crystal ball. I brought this for a discussion, and we're having a reasonable discussion about this. None of us have a crystal ball.
May I make one input on that? And again, I hear this, and it's irresistible for me not to respond to the school districts that always claim it's 27 teachers. I've not heard one school district say, no, we're going to get rid of all of our assistant principals and our assistant superintendents. It's always the emotional, you're gonna sack the music teacher, you're gonna sack, and again, to me, when I hear that, I struggle with it. I struggle with it.
Let me answer part of your question, Matt. If I live in Azle, I want an outstanding education for my kids. That's what they want. And that's what's wrong with the school funding model. We in Texas have a hard time providing what they are in place to do with a model that was developed by lawyers and judges and passed down and said, now y'all go do well. Now, I don't think that the model from the lawyers and judges included multi-million-dollar football stadiums. Although I would tell you, if I live in Azle, I also want my football team to be pretty dang good. Well, maybe even particularly in Azle, I want my football team to be pretty dang good. But we cannot ignore that reality. Everybody out there wants an outstanding education for their kids.
I think one thing we need to think about too, I kind of agree with Eric when he mentioned we might be jumping the gun just a little bit. I know that this is an urgent issue, but I think we need to remember that next year is also a legislative session, and there have been some major proposals coming forward that have been talked about. And so right now, these districts, as if we stand right now, are okay. And look, I'm the biggest proponent of public education, so anybody that wants to say, you know, I've heard it all, but you can't sit on the school board and not support public education. 100% support that. I think we need to sit back, let's see what happens in legislative session next year, and then if we decide to move forward and make a change, then that might be an opportunity to do it. Just something to think about. A lot can change in the next year, and so then we're gonna be looking at this again. We may not even have a 2-year reappraisal plan, you know, coming in 15 months or something. We don't know what's gonna happen. And so, my suggestion would be to, keep what we've got right now, because they're not at risk this moment of losing funding, and then maybe possibly next year, kind of taking a look at where we're at and what the legislature tells us we have to do anyways.
Okay, further discussion.
Just a quick comment. Matt asked for, as Chairman Barnes said, we don't set tax rates. We do the appraisal. And so a lot of thought went into let the school board set their rate and answer to their taxpayers. And so that's, again, why I drafted it the way that I drafted it, with a specificity, however you say that word. Chairman Barnes, the football stadium, you know, just so everyone's clear, that wouldn't come out of the M&O fund. That would come out of your INS. And so the funding that is lost by the schools comes off that M&O and not the INS.
I agree with that. I just don't think the general public understands any of that. They see my taxes, my property values went up to pay for schools, and they will over and build the stadium. That's the only reason I bring that up. I hear that conversation all the time, even in my own hometown. Yes, ma'am.
I wholeheartedly agree with what you said. If you ask somebody about if they want their child educated, it becomes very important. When we did this reappraisal plan initially, and people came and talked to me and said, what do you think? You know, now we're gonna get this tax break. I said, do you know what the impact of all this is? Do you know what the domino effect this is gonna have now? Because as everybody knows, I voted against it. And then I said, so now it's gonna affect your education system, it's gonna affect your city. There is no choice that they have but to raise their taxes, because they've got to get the money from someplace. And the people I talked to said they did not realize that. Yes, they were glad they got the savings initially, but then when they start seeing things happen, like City of Arlington had to raise their taxes, then there was the outcry of, wait a minute, we did not know that that was the impact they were gonna have. And when you talk about elected officials, you have to remember, the City of Arlington, their council members, their mayor, they're all elected. The same with the school boards, they're elected. So we have 3 elected here, well, 4, including Rick. And I've heard over and over again the conversation, well, we need to talk to the elected people. Well, you can talk all you want, but you're not listening. Because they're telling over and over again what impact they felt it was gonna come to them, and nobody's listening. I still hear them. I still hear what they're saying, and I still see the impact that it's having. So we keep saying, it's saying that it doesn't matter, we just do appraisals. Well, when we did this motion, in my mind, we walked out of our lane. That was not having anything to do, making promises about lowering your taxes. We don't have that authority here. So we gotta listen to what the people are saying. You have Azle sitting right here asking that they get that opportunity to have their school district reappraised. And we're still gonna say no. I can hear it right here. So if they're coming to us and we're not gonna listen, what is the point? This is a very small, minor sentence to be added to the appraisal plan, that when we make a lofty goal, like I know Arlington School District says we wanna educate 100% of our children so that they can perform once they graduate. The reality is you can't control 100%, right? Eric made the point that maybe 97% of the people got what they needed on this study. So we wanna hit 100%. That's the goal. It should always be the goal to hit 100%. If we make this minor change that gives that opportunity to the taxing entities, then we're shooting for the 100% goal. We're not settling for mediocre. And that's how I feel about this.
May I make just one comment? And Gloria's absolutely just one of my favorite people.
Use your microphone.
One of my favorite people to serve with. how can we not see the irony, and this is nothing against anyone here, but we have appointed board members, appointed by arguably the superintendent and the school board. I've sat on the school board, I was on South Lakes, I know how this goes. So we have, and this is just the irony, we have folks appointed by the school board arguing clearly in the favor, and again, Gloria has her sphere of people that she talks to, and they all tell her public education is more important to me than my tax bill, which I just, I've sat on both sides of the fence. I've been on South Lake's a very notable school board, and I had a good tenure there. But I'm telling you, I think the alignment with the taxpayers is change. And we started that change in July of 2024, and it was, I'm sorry, August?
August 9th, it was it's the day that my grandson was born, which is why I missed that, vote.
I think I missed it because I was in Colorado.
You were, yes.
So this is an input of, this is not a perfect system. This is a far from perfect system. There is chaos with what has been set up since the early 80s. And I am proud to be a part of the appraisal district that has said, you know what, we're gonna take a stab at doing it a little differently. I don't care for this is how it's done. This is how we've always done it. That part just doesn't ring with me. And if you know me, that wouldn't surprise you. I don't mind going against the grain, and we recognize that we're going against the grain here, but we think we're right. We think change does need to happen, and again, our job is simple. I love school districts coming to us and telling us how to do our job. I'm not going to any school district and telling them how to educate kids. I just wouldn't do it. But being told how we need to administer our reappraisal plan, it strikes me a little bit wrong. You know, for the school district to come tell me how to do, again, I'm not going to tell them how to educate kids. My responsibility is accurate, timely valuations on whatever period, whatever schedule that we feel is aligned with state law and is, is it a change? Yeah, it's a change. We hear from the state legislature, we hear from our state senators, our state reps that we've started up. We're comfortable with what we've done, and we want to move forward and not make changes. We want to have a steady hand and not make even brilliant little tweaks. No, my answer is no. Let's ride this out with what we've established. I do believe the taxpayer supports what I'm advocating for here.
100%.
Other comments?
Just great points. It's not a tweak. It's in the reappraisal plan. It is on page 27 of 162. It says approximately in March, the final ratios will be presented to the board comparing prior year values to newly calculated values. Any ratios that indicate an ISD would qualify for grace period or in the PVS, or that would receive an invalid finding resulting in state values will be identified for board consideration and possible amendment of the reappraisal plan. And as I stated earlier, I simply brought it forward as a governance item for this board to discuss.
Oh, it's on there.
Not as an argument. It was a discussion, and we're following our governance that we ourselves wrote.
Gloria and I could talk together on the phone or in person about all kinds of good stuff. But I will push back on one issue, is that what really happens is everybody points at everybody else when it comes to taxes. school boards and city councils do not accept the fact that their taxes are so dang high because of decisions they make. They say, well, it's an appraisal district. They make your houses cost too much. And we over here point at them and say, well, it's because they raised those tax rates. They built that stuff that wasn't necessary. They built that brand new high school when they had one that worked, and then the public looks at all of us and says, all y'all are messed up. Like, I cannot live in this county anymore because I cannot afford to live here. Because your appraisal process combined with my city and my school's tax process has literally taxed me out of properties, out of living here. And that's a factual statement. When I ran for office in 2024, there was two topics that were the two topics that polled every single day as the only two topics that were number 1 and 2 every single poll. One was the border and one was the economy that related to the taxes. That's why we're here where we're at. That's why this conversation's taking place. That's why the state made a strong decision that said in these large counties, we can no longer just have appraisal districts that are made up of entity appointments that serve nothing but the entities. That's why the tax assessor became a voting member of the board. That's why they told us that we need 3 people voted at large from the public to represent the public, not just the entities. So it's fair that this is not an easy conversation. And it's fair that it's a struggle to figure out how do you do everything that we are sent here to do that includes taking care of our entities at this point, Azle ISD. Because as TAD board members, we're serving, some of us are here to serve the greater public, some of you are not. Some of you were sent here by the entities that sent you. That's just a flat reality. I kind of walk on both sides of it. Azle ISD is one of my entities. Azle ISD people are also my supporters. And so some of us have a lot of very difficult decisions we have to make on this. My question that relates to it is if the decision's not made today, get your little notepad out again and say it's done 1 year from now. They're okay for a year, but 1 year from, you don't need your notepad. Let me clarify. If we wait a year, they're good for the year, but what they are potentially risked at is for the year, God's sakes, 5 years from now.
I think it's either 28 or 29 when the next reappraisal would be done. That's the part I'm not 100% sure of, is if we pass it in 27, whether we get a study in 28 or whether our next study doesn't come out until 29. But in either event, assuming if we don't reappraise for 26 and we fall out of the confidence interval for 26 again, we are going to have to pass the next 2 property value studies, whether that's 27 and 29 or 27 and 28. And again, to Ms. Farrar's point, and that's assuming the legislature doesn't completely upend the apple cart and put in a whole new system by the time we get there.
I don't think there's any question that's going to happen. That's the reality.
I'm pretty sure it's 27, 29. In Waco, we missed one of the schools and they didn't study it after we corrected it.
Well, I think that's what I heard the superintendent say too, so that is probably correct then. And that time, then you get to the 2031, although it really wouldn't be, because if we failed in 29, then we would actually get a study in 30, so it'd be 2030, not 2031.
Yeah. So, but again, man, it's just such a tough decision. That's also saying, though, to this body that we would not effectively appraise between now and then.
Well, if under your current reappraisal plan, you would do a reappraisal in 27, and then you would not have a reappraisal in 28, but then you would reappraise again in 29. So you would have to pass both the 27 and the 29 property value study, and then when you got to 2031, assuming you pass both of those, Azle and presumably Carroll would have their full grace periods.
So again, I don't think the board that made this decision just sat up here and willy-nilly decided, let's just don't appraise for 2 years and see what happens. I think they thought through this stuff. And part of thinking it through was, how in the world can we say we're doing our job effectively if we're gonna sit here and think, ooh, we might not pass? the year we actually appraise. I just think that's a, I don't know what adjective to call that.
But Rick, the previous board took this into consideration, and it was into the final draft and was removed at the very end if somebody fell out. So, I mean, they took it
Well,
into consideration because this issue has come up.
It was added, and Joe Don can confirm this, the night before it was added, and Eric Morris noticed that that item was added, and he removed it. So it wasn't, we didn't work correct.
But obviously, they thought it was an issue.
But if we're accurately doing our jobs and appraising accurately, it's in line with the property value study. It should be no problem. They're getting the reappraisal when it's, do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
If we're accurately appraising, why are we expecting to fail? And we also don't know what legislature, I mean, this is just the same thing as we did last year.
Right. Legislative
And then we
aside,
ended up being
though.
fine, so why, I don't understand.
But they
I mean,
did
I'm happy to have
fail.
a
We're not
discussion.
appraising till 27, so they're very likely to fail again in 26. I mean,
Okay.
it's
But
almost a
when they-
guarantee.
When they would be at risk is when we would be reappraising again.
Right,
Do you
but then,
understand?
but
If you do it
if they have
correctly.
2 failures and we correct it in 27, they now have the black mark. They can't fail again in 28 or 29 or 30. They've lost their grace at that point.
just
And we
talking
have the
circles.
ability
I
to
don't-
correct it based on what's currently in our reappraisal plan. And the motion's very tight. What Eric put together is only for the ISDs. It doesn't cover the city of Arlington. It's just very specific to this issue.
Well, one thing I wanted to mention that I noticed that Gloria said, and this just may be a slip, but you said they're gonna raise taxes. They shouldn't be we're talking about a funding loss. All they should be doing is adjusting their rate, is what they're saying that they're talking about. Is so, when she says that the city of Arlington is gonna raise taxes, no, they're gonna adjust their rate, is what they should be doing to compensate for the losses that they're expecting.
I care an
So-
awful lot about the city of
so-
Arlington, but not in this discussion.
So, but that's what I'm saying, it's not
Their
making sense.
city of
It's about,
Azle ISD is maxed on your rate, right? They can't adjust their rate.
right, so, but I mean.
Well, they could adjust it down.
We're talking about, I don't know, it's just, we're not gonna make everybody happy, and we're gonna try to do the best that we can, but my point is why are we anticipating all of this loss when we talked about all this fear a year or two ago? And everything ended up being okay, as far as loss of funding.
So I guess my question would be, what happens if we decide to go ahead and reappraise it, and then we have an influx of property owners come in and go, why did you only reappraise my properties within this 30-something square mile, when the however many miles that we stated was in the Tarrant County, you didn't reappraise any of them? That's not fair. And so my question would be then, what is your response gonna be to those taxpayers, that the small group of taxpayers that we are reappraising? How are we gonna respond to them if there's an outcry that now they haven't been fair and consistent because we didn't do it across the district? I'm more of either you do it across the board, reappraise every year, or you don't reappraise. I don't know how I would respond to taxpayers that are being reappraised when the rest of the county is not being reappraised.
My answer to that would be, it was listed on this agenda, and no one has come to speak on behalf of it except Azle ISD. And so they can go to their elected leaders if they want to speak, but no one has shown up here to speak against this.
Tell me what happens if we reappraise, Azle wants to be in line. Good. If we reappraise and appraisals go down.
I mean, hopefully, if we reappraise and appraisals go down, that would be indicative of the sales prices in whatever the school district is going down. So presumably, if the appraisals were done accurately, they ought to bring us into line with where the state is. And obviously, kind of to the point, if you're reappraising a part of the county only and not the entire county, and that area goes down, if the whole county was to go down, then obviously those people that are in the reappraisal reappraisal area get the benefit of a declining market, whereas those people that are not in a reappraisal area don't. The same way that if you reappraise part of it and it goes up, the people that are in the part that gets reappraised and it goes up get an increase, whereas the people that live in the part of the county that isn't reappraised don't get that for another year or so.
Can't they just protest? Just
What you
like-
didn't say is everybody's gonna move to Azle, but that
Right.
might be reality.
Yeah,
too.
but absolutely, and anybody who thinks that either the market value of their property is incorrect or the equal and uniform value of their property is incorrect, I think should be encouraged to file a protest, talk to the district about it, and ultimately go to the ARB if they can't get a resolution. But absolutely, somebody that's got an equal and uniform problem with their appraisal, there's absolutely a remedy for them to challenge that.
Matt?
It's been a while, but my memory serves me, we do have a motion and a second out right now,
Yep.
correct? I'm trying to remember.
I would love to read it to make sure we all know what
The
we're
motion
talking
is
about.
moved to direct the chief appraiser to reappraise all property located within the Ann ISD's boundary. Let me clarify, because Mr. Crowell has repeated this over and over and over. This isn't about Azle, this is about, it started with with Wendy saying this is what the policy allows us to do, and Crowell wrote a specific issue to where we're at right now. Move to direct the chief appraiser to reappraise all property located within Ann ISD's boundaries in 2026 where a written request is received by the chief appraiser or his designee via a school board resolution, wherein the requesting ISD has a preliminary finding of invalid values from the 2025 PVS. This request must be received by 11:59 PM, March the 16th, 2026. So this is also a one-off. That's a positive statement. It's also a one, it's not opening the door for everybody else to come flowing in here. So that's the motion with the second. Further discussion. Hearing no discussion, we're gonna move to a vote. And I think Julie, or somebody, I
sending the
jacked
vote,
up
I'm
my
still
screen,
typing it
I
up.
don't know. We're gonna see. Oh, maybe it's back. Never mind, we're good.
So Rick, when it pops up, walk us through the against or for.
Okay. Is it on anybody's screen
Bear
yet?
with me. No, I haven't sent it yet. I didn't have the text. Okay, I've sent it.
Okay, on the screen, so a vote for will, I'm gonna put it in English. No, I'm gonna say it, let me just say it this way. A move for will direct the chief appraiser to reappraise all property located in the Azle ISD boundaries immediately to determine, well, that's what it's ultimately done.
It's not what it says. It doesn't narrow for Azle ISD.
I know, it doesn't, but that's the only one that's come to us that's in violation. The only other one that could possibly come forth
Fair
would
enough.
be Carroll, and Carroll has not come forth.
Julie, my vote came up and then it's not there anymore.
So,
that's
Chairman,
because
is it a
I'm
yes
adding
vote
words.
would be to allow the school districts that fell out to request a reappraisal that would be honored, and a no vote would be to not do a reappraisal anywhere in the count? Is that the way that the
That's correct.
the motion's written?
With
As
one
is.
exception, it's only dealing with those that fell out. So the only one that can do
There's
this
only
is
two of
Hazel.
them, one of them
There's
would
only
be
two of them that
Carroll
can
and
do
one of them
this.
be Hazel.
So it's a little tighter than that, but yes, Matt.
Yeah. The against would be keeping it the way we have it now.
Resending with the full language.
Oh, boy.
Let me know if you guys see it. I don't see a vote from Cryle, Pena, or Barnes. I will input. What,
She said she was changing the
Cryle is
language.
4?
So what I
Hands
see
for-
on my screen is the agenda item. No, maybe.
Has that in the motion?
If you'll click the blue band at the bottom, it should take you to the changed motion, the edited motion that you guys have turned in, and I'm lacking a vote from Mr. Barnes.
Yeah.
I haven't voted. I don't have anything on my screen.
Apparently it's a super awesome system, so she did it.
I have a vote of no from you, Ms. Rigney,
Oh, okay.
from the system. I have 4 for and 4 against and no vote from Mr. Barnes.
You what?
I have votes for and against, 4 for the vote, 4 against, and I'm not received your vote yet.
You're right. Because what I have on my screen is not the motion that I just read multiple times.
I resent it twice with the exact, the second time with the exact wording. I can read it to you if you would prefer.
No, so, if I may, the motion doesn't include page 1127.
It says, okay, the second one that I sent you, it may not be reloading on everyone's screen, but the second one that I sent you that I have 4 votes for and 4 votes against says, under the 2025-2026 biennial reappraisal plan, specifically on pages 11 and 27, direct the chief appraiser to reappraise all property located within an ISD's boundaries in 2026 where a written request is received by the chief appraiser or his designee via school board resolution wherein the requesting ISD has a preliminary finding of invalid values from the 2025 PBS received. And if you'll click on your blue band, that should take you to at the bottom of the screen, that should take you to the most recent. The only language that's missing is the request must be received.
Julie, I think
Yes.
you have my second one, I wasn't sure which one I was gonna make.
Okay,
So,
okay. So you wanna take out the page 20, sorry, I got the wrong text. You wanna take out the pages?
At the end of the day, it's changing. the
Sorry, when they spoke it, they included the
it's on page
beginning part.
1127, that was in the other motion.
All right,
Fine.
We take that to them.
Is this the Barnes, right? Is that? Yeah, that's it, that's the one.
okay. Bear with me. This. Okay, resending for vote. You'll know it's the correct third sent if it starts with move.
Mine says failed. It says it in red.
Is everyone's vote as they intended? I have
right here?
Barnes against.
We have the results on the screen.
Oh, failed is the motion failed,
Right.
is what it means.
Oh, okay.
Is that your intent? If you'll check the screen and make sure that the way you intended to vote is what went in the system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 4 or 5 failed.
Next thing on the agenda is that we recess to executive closed session pursuant to the following parts of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code, Chapter 551, 071, 072, 074, and 076, and we will return from that meeting with any items to come before the body. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah. The only agenda item that we had needed to address back there is 4D. Consider a possible action of appointment of a taxpayer liaison officer for 2026. I believe there's a motion. Yes, go ahead.
I'll second. Make a motion that we accept the contract as presented, except for the compensation, which should be increased by 3%.
So the contract that was presented to us for professional service agreement, the new number at 3% would be 127,205. Any discussion? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, please vote. All right. Good for Betty. Did it pop up on y'all?
Where is it? Did you close out of it when you left? How strange.
It's yes on that one. Do you want this or do you get?
I will, yeah. Before I announce the vote, just need to recognize that Mr. Crowell had to leave, so we still have a quorum.
Okay. The motion passed.
And that carried 8-0.
0.
Anything else good for the order? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.